Hey, Puppy Pack! It's me, the boy. How are you doing, everyone? Welcome in, Mary, and welcome in, Novka. So glad to have you both. Um, hi. Um, yeah, we'll be opening packs today, and I don't think it makes any sense staying in the chatting thingy. So I will switch. There we go. So this. Oh, I think I bumped my camera. Let me fix that. Oh, maybe I didn't bump it. I most definitely bumped it. Oh. Yeah, I got a second camera for this. For this. So these are the things. And maybe since I'm thinking, and I'm not very quick with that. Should we watch the trailer again? I think I think everyone already watched the trailer. Uh Another thing. I still have one thing from my deck that I bought. Like it's I bought the Eldrazi Modern Horizon 3 deck. So this is a collector booster. I think there's a single card in there. And we will open that right at the end. Another thing. So maybe you already saw that in the back. But I have here my deck box, which contains said Eldrazi deck. And my binder, which contains all the other cards I've collected so far. And maybe we'll have a look at that later. Alright. So, what's going on with my phone? I need my phone because I'll be scanning the cards to see their prices online. Also, of course, we need these here. So I'll probably, I'll have one of them on hand for now. Let's get rid of that. Now, big question. I have two of these. Which one do we open? One I will open on stream, and you love to be a nerd under nerds. Yeah, then welcome to the nerd stream. And Novka, I know upper box. You say upper box. Novka, I know you ordered a Bloomburrow deck, and I know it's the squirrel deck. And let's see if we open some squirrels, huh? Also, there's a question of the day. Let me pin that real quick. Great. So did that real quick. So if no one is objecting, then we will go with Mary's pick, and we will open the top box. So last chance to call for the bottom box. Oh, but I almost forgot. Last night, probably a little bit too late in the night, I sat and I prepared something for you because I want this to be cozy. Oh wow, that's a little loud. All right. Let me double check. Oh yeah, it's running. Great. Yeah, there's that. So if we look at the art, I will rip the foil. Let's open that up. So we can have exactly. There's also frogs, and mouses, and fly mouses, as we Germans say. So as you can see, these are. Oh, come on, focus. Maybe if the writing is here. Did it disable the autofocus? Oh no, it didn't. So you can see there's a badger, there's frogs and lizards and mice and bats and rabbits and something rather big. Like very big feet. Right. So let's dig into it, right? Scan here to discover the coolest cards. Collectible treatments. Yeah, so there's. Come on, focus. Woo. I mean, this is how it looks if I hold it too close to my eyes. There we go. Yeah, so there's bird, rats, lizards, raccoons, rabbits, bats, otter, squirrel, mouse, and frog. So they all have different themes, and so the squirrel folk, their theme is food. I think you can dig that, and here's another artwork. Well, the camera is focus hunting really bad. I might just disable the autofocus, and we will like have only one plane in focus. So getting rid of that, and here's our box with the boosters. And I would say we start ripping packs. How does that sound? So I'll move the box to the top left. Oh, also, I got this playmat. Any objections on having that playmat? Because under that is because under the playmat is just a plain black gaming mat, and if you think this playmat is too busy for your eyes, then we can just go with plain black. So just tell me if you'd rather have it in plain black. But you just have one eye. Is it too much for one eye, Novka? All right. So we will go with the first pack. Let's open it. She's not lying. Novka actually is not lying about that. So let me make sure that we start the right way up. So we're starting with a steam path charger. So these are commons, and maybe we'll just talk about each mechanic when it comes up the first time. So this one has offspring, and offspring, yeah, it's there in the parentheses. You may pay an additional 2 as you cast the spell. If you do, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 token copy of it. So basically, I get a bebe of the Steam Path Charger if I pay 3 neutral and a red instead of 1 neutral and a red. And when this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to target player. So that's not bad. I mean, it's also nothing to write home about. Then we have the Sky Skipper Duo. Now, those duos are... so every color pair has one. And they are basically... you can see that it's a creature, bird, frog. And it's always 2 creatures. And they do something that benefits both their archetypes. So it's a 3/3 flying for 4 neutral and a blue. And it's flying. And when Sky Skipper Duo enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control. Return to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So it's a bounce. No, sorry, it's a blink. So you target 1 creature that you own or that you control, and it'll blink out of the game for a short bit. So basically, you can get these enter effects a second time with this. Another duo right away. So this is the Bravekin duo. Come on, focus. There we go. So this is another duo. It's a rabbit mouse. For 1 white mana, we get a Bravekin duo 1/1. And for 1 mana, for 1 neutral and tap, target creature gets +1 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is interesting because, I mean, it mostly benefits mice because mice have the new Valiant mechanic, and Valiant basically gives you something when the creature becomes the target. When the creature becomes the target of a spell or ability. And the quote, "Did you bring everything you need for the journey?" the rabbit asked. "Of course I did. I brought you, my dear Pinecone," the mouse replied. Yeah, adorable. Basically, the whole set is adorable. I can't even. Most of the time, I'm just. Let me make sure that I put the playlist on shuffle. No, I don't want smart shuffle. I just want regular shuffle. Thank you. All right. Just no 3D. Everything else is, yeah. You just don't have any depth perception. So now we have the Starlit Soothsayer for 2 neutral and a black. We get a Bat Cleric. It's a 2/2 with flying. Already pretty good rate. And at the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, surveil 1. So surveil is basically, you take the top card of your library and you decide if you want it in your graveyard or put it back onto the top. Then we have a Sticky Tongue Sentinel for 2 neutral and a green. We get a Frog Warrior 3/3 with reach. And when Sticky Tongue Sentinel enters, return up to 1 target permanent you control to its owner's hand. So, yeah, it's very simple. You can rebuy and enter the battlefield an ETB, enter the battlefield effect. And another duo. This time it's the Kindle Spark duo. So this pack seems to have all the duos. Kindle Spark duo, 2 neutral and a red for a 1/3 Lizard Otter. And you can tap it. Kindlespark Duo deals 1 damage to target opponent. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap Kindlespark Duo. That's kind of nice. Then we have a Signpost Common. So the mana on the top right means you can pay either blue or red mana for each of those. So it's 1 and 2 blue-red hybrid mana for a Tempest Angler Otter Wizard. And it's a 2/2 with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Tempest Angler. So it gets big. It becomes a large individual. Next up, another Signpost Common. It's a Junkblade Bruiser. 3 neutral and green-red hybrid for a 4/5 Raccoon Berserker. Look at him. He is angry. Very, very angry. Yeah, and it's 4/5. It's a 4/5 with Trample, and whenever you expend 4, Junkblade Bruiser gets +2/+1 until end of turn. So, expend means whenever you were no treats. So whenever you spend your 4th total mana in each turn, then expend happens. Each scrap shed from her battle axe is more likely to end up stored permanently in an enemy's skull. Well, I already saw the foil. So we have Peerless Recycling. 1 neutral and a green. For an instant, gift a card. So that's also a new mechanic in this set. Basically, you can promise an opponent, one opponent, a card or whatever is behind gift. And if you do, then you get an additional effect. And in this instance, it's return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If the gift was promised, instead return 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. So that's kinda nice. We have the Star Charter. There we go. 3 neutral and white for a 3/1 flying Bat Cleric. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with power 3 or less from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So that's the theme of bats. Whenever you gain or lose life during your own turn, then you will get an extra benefit. Consumed by greed. We see squirrels, which means this might be in the deck that you ordered. Come on, give me. There we go. So for 1 neutral and 2 black, we have an instant Consumed by Greed. Gift a card. And target opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. If the gift was promised, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So that's quite powerful. So not only do you get the strongest creature of your opponent off the battlefield at instant speed, you also get a creature back. And this is already a hit. Like, this is a great card. I have it on my screen right now. I've made a list of expensive cards, and this is one of them. This is 3 neutral and 2 red for Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest. It's a legendary creature, bird dragon, 5/5 with flying, and whenever Dragonhawk enters or attacks, exile the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 4 or greater. You may play those cards until your next end step. At the beginning of your next end step, Dragonhawk deals 2 damage to each opponent for each of those cards that are still exiled. So you get something either way. So you either play those cards, and bear in mind that Dragonhawk counts itself. So Dragonhawk has power 4 or greater. So as long as Dragonhawk is in play, at least you exile 1 card, the top 1 card from your library. And if you play this deck, then most likely you will have creatures with power 4 or greater. And let me scan that real quick. Come on. I'll do that over here where we have a plain background. So this one is $3.74. It doesn't really want to focus right now. So yeah, it's $3.74. Separate cases. I don't have cases. I have these sleeves. And this one's going in a sleeve right away. And then we have a full art land, a forest, pretty. And this is our foil, a Thought Shocker. It's for 1 neutral and a blue, the best color in Magic. We get a rat rogue with 1/3 and threshold for 1 and a blue, put a +1/+1 counter on Thought Shocker and draw a card. Activate only if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, and only once. So that's that. And we get a little card with art. So this is also a collectible. There's 54 of these. Ruthless Negotiation by Rhonda Libby. So yeah, that was the first pack, and we already had a good card in that. So let's put these aside, and we'll grab the next one. All right. So what do we have here? We have Conduct Electricity, which for 4 neutral and a red. Come on, focus. Boop. Thank you. 4 neutral and a red is an instant. Conduct Electricity deals 6 damage to target creature and 2 damage to up to 1 target creature token. This set has an unusual number of tokens. For example, because of that, what's it called? Offspring mechanic. Then we have Shore Up. For 1 blue, we have an instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. And you untap it. So I know this as, or it's similar to Dive Down from Rivals of Ixalan. Oh, look at the pun. The pun. Is that all you've got? Put some muscle into it. And it's not saying muscle and in as in these in the guns. It says muscle as in a clam. Then we have an artifact. Oh, a white artifact. Carrot cake. For 1 neutral and a white. We have an artifact, food. And so food always has this ability down here. So you can, for 2 tap and sacrificing it, you gain 3 life. That's always on food. That's the standard. The standard ability of food, but this also has, when Carrot Cake enters and when you sacrifice it, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token and scry 1. So yeah, you get a nice little bit of value from this. Because you get this twice, right? You get this once when you play it, and once when you sacrifice it. We see another squirrel. Fought best. Oh, you mean food? Yes. I thought you were in the process of selling a car to me. So yeah, this might also be in your squirrel deck. I don't know the deck list of that. The tablet makes you mad. So I don't know the deck list of the squirrel deck, but yeah, this is Saver. For 1 and a black, it's an instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn, and create a food token. So if I remember correctly, -2/-2 is already a good rate. I think there might be 1-mana cards that give -2/-2. But getting a food token on top of it might be pretty good, especially since squirrels have the forage mechanic. Then we have the Rust Shield Rampager. For 3 neutral and a green, it's a 4/4 Raccoon Warrior with Offspring. And this creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So yeah, some evasion, and I don't know about the Offspring. If I even would pay that. Also, let me update the value counter. So the last one we had was $3.74. There we go. And I'm leaving this in dollar. Maybe I should specify the currency that we're looking at here. Poor mice. Oh, he's just messing with them. That no mice were harmed in the making of this card. Alright, moving on. The Ravine Raider. For 1 black, it's a 1/1 lizard rogue with menace. So this creature can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. And for 1 and a black, we can give it +1/+1 until end of turn. So evasive creature means, and also very aggressive evasive creature. And being able to pump it might also be relevant. So you can only block this with 2 or more creatures, which means you might be able to kill 2 of your opponent's creatures, or even, yeah, at least 2 of your opponent's creatures if you have enough mana up. I mean, it's rather rare that this will be relevant, so this is mostly a draft card, I think. And not even a great one. Then we have Cindering Cutthroat, the signpost common for red and black for the lizards. It's for 2 and a black-red hybrid. It's a lizard assassin with 3/2. Cindering Cutthroat enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if an opponent lost life this turn. And for 1 and a black-red hybrid, Cindering Cutthroat gains menace until end of turn. So you can make it evasive. And it's a 3-mana 4/3 if your opponent lost life. And that's something that you are very much after with the red-black deck. Then we have a Bunny Wabbit. For 1 white, we have a Seasoned Warren Guard with 1/2. It's a Rabbit Warrior. And whenever Seasoned Warren Guard attacks while you control a token, Seasoned Warren Guard gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And the rabbits, they make a lot of tokens. They want to go wide. They are many. We have a Fork. It's the Long River Lurker. For 2 neutral and a blue, we have a 2/3 Frog Scout with Ward 1. Ward means if your opponent targets this, then they have to pay 1 extra mana. Otherwise, they have to their spell is countered. And other frogs you control have Ward 1, which is pretty good. So it protects all your other frogs. And then, oh, you like the art? Yeah, I think it's kind of cool. He's a cool little dude. And he has more text. When he enters, target creatures you control can't be blocked this turn. Whenever that creature deals combat damage this turn, you may exile it. If you do, return it to the battlefield under its owner control. So it's basically, if it becomes a ninja, because this do something whenever it deals combat damage is reminiscent of the mechanic ninjutsu. But instead of swapping a creature from your hand onto the battlefield, the creature blinks. So basically you get their enter the battlefield effect a second time. We have Harvest Right Host for 2 neutral and a white. We have a 3/3 Rabbit Citizen. And whenever Harvest Right Host or another rabbit you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then draw a card. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn. More food. Yeah, for some reason it has no food synergy, but yeah, you get something when rabbits enter the battlefield. And here we have Zoraline, Cosmos Caller. A rare for white and black. For one neutral, a white and a black, you get a legendary creature, Bat Cleric. A 3/3 flying with vigilance, so it doesn't tap when it attacks. And whenever a bat you control attacks, you gain 1 life. And whenever Zoraline enters or attacks, you may pay white and black and 2 life. When you do, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. If I remember correctly, finality means... Looks like he's playing in a metal band, yeah. A little bit. So, if I remember correctly, the finality counter means when this creature dies, instead of putting it into your graveyard, you exile it. So let's see if that's worth anything. Yeah, for some reason, wait a minute. That's wrong. For some reason it saw a temple garden here. Oh, yeah, that's only 37 cents. So not that great. Not very great value, but we'll sleeve it anyway. Oh yeah, but then we have this here. It's Beza, the Bounding Spring. I hope this... The Bounding Spring, it's a mythic rare. For 2 and 2 white, you get a 4/5 legendary creature, Elemental Elk. When Beza, the Bounding Spring, enters, create a treasure token if an opponent controls more lands than you. You gain 4 life if an opponent has more life than you. Create 2 1/1 blue fish creature tokens if an opponent controls more creatures than you. And you draw a card if an opponent has more cards in hand than you. Basically, in whatever you are behind, this will pull you ahead. And I'm pretty sure this is worth something. Yeah, with the art in the background, it's impossible for the app to get the cards right. Yeah, this is $3.67. So the current value is at $7.78. And of course, this gets sleeved. Also, it's a really pretty card. So the sunflowers, I really like sunflowers. Just very pretty artwork. I approve. So let me take a sip. All right. We have a mountain. Nice. Full art land. And this is the Bravekin duo we had earlier, but it's foiled. It's shiny. And then we have art. Come on. Thank you. It's a really cool rat. Riding a snail, if I'm not mistaken. It's Wix Patrol by Dmitry Burmak. So that was that pack. So has your week been? So Mary, for example, I saw you were streaming Deponia. A really funny game. It's a Borstenwurm. You have tricked me into saying something in German. So let me see. For some reason I don't find a I don't find an English page for the Borstenwurm. But thanks. We like us some biology facts. How do you like Deponia, Mary? So over here we have as the first card the Rough Short Duo. It's for 2 neutral and a red. A 3/2 Mouse Raccoon with Trample. Poly KT. Thank you. You love it? Tell us a little bit about Deponia. We're here bad humor. We're here to chat. So it's a 3/2 with Trample. Whenever you expend 4, target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains Trample until end of turn. So yeah, we've seen that. Then we have Mind Spiral, which for 4 neutral and a blue is a sorcery, and you gift a tapped fish. So your opponent will get a fish, which is a 1/1 blue fish creature token. And target player draws 3 cards. If the gift was promised, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. So the stun counter is basically, instead of untapping the creature, you remove the stun counter, and the turn after, or the next time it would usually untap, then you actually untap it. Very, very slow. Very late in the game. Like, if you need to cast this at 5 mana, I think you might already be dead in a faster format. And we have Sonar Strike. Usually the finger helps. We have Sonar Strike, which for a neutral and a white is an instant, and it deals 4 damage to target attacking, blocking, or tapped creature. Also, you gain 3 life if you control a bat. And yeah, we already saw that bats like if you gain or lose life. And here's Early Winter, which for 4 and a black is an instant. You choose one. Either exile target creature or target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. It is really cute, right? The climate changed and the world suffered. Well, that's kinda dark and a little close to home. I say, with my fan blowing on maximum speed. Okay, tell you what, we will do some. We will change something. Okay, gets worse. Gets better again. No, no ads. Don't want ads. Ads suck. Alright. So I disabled the autofocus because I don't want to wait for the autofocus all the time. So we have another duo. This time it's a frog rabbit duo. For 3 neutral and a green, it's a 3/4. And when it enters, until end of turn, target creature you control gains vigilance and gets +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures you control. Nice. Very, very slim bunny, yes. He's quite athletic. It's an athletic bunny. You can definitely say that. Then we have 3/3 mascot. It's an artifact creature, a shapeshifter with changeling. For 2 neutral, it's a 2/1 with changeling. So this card is every creature type. And for 1 neutral, you add 1 mana of any color and activate only once each turn. So some filtering. Another Sindering Cutthroat, we already saw that. We already saw the Seasoned Warren Guard. We already saw this little guy, the Long River Lurker. And now we have Repel Calamity. For 1 and a white, we have an instant. Destroy target creature with power or toughness 4 or greater. So both power and toughness qualify a creature. So if it's big, either if it's very aggressive or if it has a big booty, then you can destroy it at instant speed. And here we have the blue-black Signpost Uncommon. It's the Tidecaller Mentor for when a blue and a black. It's a rat wizard with 3/3 and menace. Hi, Bat. How are you doing? Appreciate very much that you're stopping by in order to chat about the magics if you wanna chat. So this is the blue-black Signpost Uncommon. It has menace and threshold. When Tidecaller Mentor enters, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. So it bounces. Oh boy! This one's... Those darn rats. This one's valuable. This is the most valuable card in the set. So it's 3/3 City. It's a legendary land. As it enters, choose a card type. You can tap it for 1 colorless mana. And for 2 and tap, you choose a color. Add an amount of mana of that color equal to the number of creatures you control of the chosen type. Of course, very strong with rabbits who want to go wide. But I think in most decks, like in Modern, for example, this is there's lots of typal decks. Like there's, for example, human decks that are really popular in Modern. They would love a card like this. elf ball. So let's scan it. Let's see how much this is worth. Yep, that's $19.51. Bringing our current value up to 27 and 29. That's nice. I'm very happy about that pull. I can tell you that. I mean, we already have, well, Zoraline, sadly, bat. It's a legendary bat cleric, but sadly, it's not worth a lot. She's not very strong, but the other three we got here, they are pretty strong. Also pretty valuable. Then we have a nice full art land with a little fog. It's priceless. Yeah, it really is, because nobody will pay anything. I have to change something about the... the focus is still off. Okay, I think that's the best I can do. So yeah, we have this little cute land. It's an island. The most fun basic land. You mean the playmat? Because I already proposed that we ditch the playmat and instead go for just my plain black gaming mat, and then we have Head of the Homestead, which is for 3 neutral and 2 green-white hybrid mana. A Rabbit Citizen, a 3/2, and when Head of the Homestead enters, create 2 1-white rabbit creature tokens. And as I said, yeah, rabbits, they are many. They like to create. Oh, you think because you think the autofocus would be easier. I've tried it out earlier, and let me tell you, the autofocus is on the black background. The autofocus is also awful. That's just the way this camera works. But I'll just deactivate the autofocus because I will show you the cards up close anyway. And we have a signed artwork of a froggy dude. And this is Glarb, Calamity's Augur by Chuck Grebe. MTG art is always, yeah. MTG art is just so fun. I'll go a little slow because we have an ad break right now, and Novka is stuck in ad hell. So we'll just chat a little. So I started following Jesper Eising on Instagram. And he's one of my favorite artists, but by far my favorite artist. Oh, welcome back from the ads. Novka, are you? Are you are you free? Are you free from the ad prison? Welcome back. So yeah, we decided we'll chat a little so you can catch back up and free yourself from the ad prison. I mean, so far, we are what 4 packs in and already have about a fifth of the money back. Well, I'm not expecting to get my money back, but I mean that's a pretty good rate so far. Now we have the Life Creed Duo, which for 1 and a white is a 1/2 flying bat bird. And whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. I mean, it's not exactly Soul Warden, but at least it has flying. Then we have the Agate Blade Assassin, which is for 1 and a black, a 1/3 lizard assassin. And whenever it attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So basically, it drains on every attack. Which is kind of nice. I mean, 2 mana for a 1/3 is already a nice rate. The what was cute? The Robin. Oh yeah, the little burb. And yeah, so this guy, it's a pretty good rate for a defensive card. But a defensive card that is a clock. Let's not underestimate cards that drain. Then we have Treetop Sentries, which for 3 neutral and a green is a 2/4 with reach, so it can block as if it had flying. And when it enters, you may forage. If you do, draw a card. Basically, you turn a food token into a card. I mean, you can also forage by exiling 3 cards from your graveyard, but usually you will want to sacrifice the food instead. And they don't waste arrows on warning shots. These are some mean squirrels. And I mean, if you know a little bit about magic lore, or let's say magic memes, squirrels are actually quite ferocious. Like they've made a name for themselves in the magic lore. Then we have the Raccoon Relia. For 1 and a red, it's a 2/2 Raccoon Bard, which can tap, and target creature you control gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So, I don't know. That, to me, that's just a bear. Like, it's just a 2 mana 2/2 at that point. Not hugely strong. I mean, it's not bad, but wait a second. No, it's not in any way restricted. So yeah, maybe you can make a big creature and give it haste. That is probably something you could do. Although with 2 toughness, it will die really easily. Now we have Watersprout Warden, which for 2 neutral and a blue is a 3/2 frog soldier. And whenever it attacks, if another creature enters the battlefield under your control this turn, Watersprout Warden gains flying until end of turn. So basically, if you played another creature, or if you blinked another creature, which frogs like blinking and bouncing, then this gets flying. Kinda nice, but not really something to write home about. Then we have the Fountainport Bell, which for 1 neutral mana is an artifact. And when it enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle and put that card on top. And also, you can pay 1 mana, sacrifice the bell, and draw a card. Here we have the Bellowing Crier, which for 1 and a blue is a 2/1 frog advisor. And when it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. So it loots. Rockface Village. So this is the non-standard land that either gives you red mana, but only for creature spells, or you can pay a red mana and tap it and give +1/+0 and haste to a lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control. So basically all the creature types that are in red. We have the Starforged Sword, carried by a bird, which for 4 neutral is an artifact equipment. You can gift a tapped fish. And when it enters, if the gift was promised, attach Starforged Sword to target creature you control. So you don't have to pay the equip cost, and equipped creature gets +3/+3 and loses flying. Next up, we have Stargaze, another bat card. And for X and 2 black, we have a sorcery. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. Quite powerful, actually. Lots of card draw. Card selection, even. Because, so if you pay 3 mana for this, you get 1 card. Great. But I think once you go like for 3, you look at the top 6 and you get 3 of them. That's quite powerful, I would say. Of course, at sorcery speed, it's Then we have the Starseer Mentor. I think we already saw that card, right? So for 3, a white and a black, we have a 3/4, 3/5 with flying and vigilance. It's a Bat Warlock. Now at the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. Quite powerful. Of course, you have to have something in order to trigger this. But bats, so black and white both have cards that that will trigger this. It doesn't trigger on its own. That would be too powerful, I guess. Then we have, again, Fountain Port, which is a land. Oh, no, it's... No, we had the Fountain Port what? We had... In an earlier pack. No, we had the Bell of Fountain Port. So these belong together. So we have the Fountain Port Bell, and now we have Fountain Port itself, which is a land. It produces colorless mana, and for 2 neutral and tapping it, you can sacrifice a token to draw a card, or for 3 tapping and paying 1 life, you create a fish, or for 4 and tapping, you create a treasure token. Then we have... So this is very off-brand. Like, this isn't... Usually, that's the color scheme of a mountain, right? But, yeah, it's very much a forest. Then we have a foil uncommon Persistent Marshstalker. It's a red berserker for 1 and a black. It's a 3/1, and it gets +1/+0 for each other red you control. It has threshold. Whenever you attack with 1 or more reds, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, you may pay 2 and a black. If you do, return Persistent Marshstalker from the graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. So this one, yeah, he will come back. A forest. Yeah, that one will come back. And we have this lady. Can you imagine who this is? Because it's quite obvious that this is a very popular planeswalker in squirrel form. So, looking at the art, this is Liliana of the Dark Realms by Javier Charro. And yeah, if you take a second look, you see the tattoos. She's wearing purple. And she's also wearing the iconic headdress. And yeah, apparently she's a squirrel now. Now, let me scan Fountain Port real quick. It's not the full art version. Nope, that's 80 cents. I will not update the value for that small amount of money. Not sponsored yet. All right, moving on. We still have a lot of packs to go, but it will go faster since we saw a lot of the cards already, right? Great. Advertisement. Play Magic on mobile. Yeah. Oh, we got a token. A Fuge token. Look at all that. Oh, look. Oh, it's a dandelion salad. Adorable. Very, very adorable. Alright, here we have Run Away Together. For 1 and a blue, it's an instant. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hand. We have, again, the carrot cake. We have a Thorn Plate Intimidator, which for 3 neutral and a black is a 4/3 rat rogue. It has Offspring 3, which is a lot. Like 3 extra mana will make this a 7 cost. And you would get another 1/1 token copy of it. And when this creature enters, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. I would say that's a very weak effect. Because being able to just pay 3 life in order to prevent it. I mean, 3 life is nothing to scoff at, especially if it happens twice because of the offspring. But most of the time you will just say, yep, no, I'm just paying my life instead of getting rid of a card. Then we have Polywallop. For 3 and a green, it's an instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each frog you control. And target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature you don't control. Again, the Roughshod duo, we already saw that. The Thought Shocker we already have in foil. We have the Hidden Grotto. When it enters, you surveil 1. It produces colorless mana, or it filters. So if you put 1 neutral mana in, you get 1 mana of any color. We have, again, the Fountainport Bell. We have the Stormcatch Mentor. I think we already saw that. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. For blue and a red, it's a 1/1 with haste, and it has prowess. So prowess means whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And on top, instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So it makes a huge part of your non-creature spells less expensive. It has haste. It has prowess. I would say, pretty good card in the Otter deck. Then we have the Hazard Root Herbalist. For 2 neutral and a green, we have a 1/4 Rabbit Druid, and whenever you attack, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If that creature is a token, it also gains Death Touch until end of turn. Death Touch means any damage from that creature will kill another creature. And it's pretty strong because rabbits have a lot of tokens. They will create 1/1 tokens a lot. And I think they also have a higher rate of offspring cards in their pool. That's kind of nice. We have a Plume-Creed Escort, which for 1 and a blue is a 2/1 flash and flying bird scout. When Plume-Creed Escort enters, target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. That's a lot of stuff. So you can really blow out your opponent with that card. Only 2 mana, so it's easy to hold open. Flash flying means it can, I don't know, if the opponent has a 3/2 flyer or a 2/2 flyer, this can This can surprise block because it has flash. And also you can use it in order to prevent a removal spell. Because you can give one of your creatures hexproof. In my opinion, very flexible card. I could see this being played in some kind of tempo deck. Then we have Portent of Calamity. For X and a blue, we have a sorcery that says, reveal the top X cards of your library. For each card type, you may exile a card of that type from among them. Put the rest into your graveyard. You may cast a spell from among the exiled cards without paying its mana cost. If you exiled 4 or more cards this way, then put the rest of the exiled cards into your hand. That's a lot of hoops to jump through, isn't it? So you have to have a variety of card types in your deck. Then your X has to be at least 4 in order to get the additional effect. And then it's also kinda dicey. It's kinda random. I don't think this card is very valuable. I think this is one of the weaker rares. And what's our foil? Is it a good one? It's a foil swamp. I don't mind having a foil swamp. That's a pretty foil treatment here. Shiny, shiny. And we have another foil. This time it's Seedglaive Mentor, which for one neutral, a red and a white, is a mouse soldier with 3/2 vigilance and haste. It has Valiant. So whenever Seedglaive Mentor becomes the target of a spell or abilities you control for the first time each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it. So this little guy will grow. He will get bigger and bigger. So let's do the scanny scan. What do worth? Words are hard. Yeah, that card is worth 17 cents. 17, not 70. Bad guy. Coming in with the German accent. All right. No problem at all. You can have that. So let me make sure that these are safe. I mean, the last card wasn't worth anything. Next pack. Let's open the packet. Fledermausmann. Have you seen the? Oh yeah, did you react to the video I sent you about the Kinder vom Bahnhof Zoo? So that is a mouse citizen. It's a 2/2 for 1 and a red. Whisker Quill Scribe. It has Valiant, and whenever Whisker Quill Scribe becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So it rummages. That effect is called rummaging. So it's a bear. It's a 2/2 for 2. But it has Valiant. That means you can target it with a spell or ability. And then you can rummage. Which is kind of nice. Shore Up, we already had. Intrepid Rabbit. For 2 neutral and a white is a rabbit soldier with 3/2 and offspring. So you can get a little baby. And when this creature enters, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That's kind of nice, especially if you get the offspring. You can pump a creature quite substantially. Could probably make attacks that you couldn't before. Then we have Scales of Shale. For 2 and a black is an instant, and this spell costs 1 less to cast for each lizard you control, and target creature gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. In my opinion, if this costs 1, if you can get this to cost 1, then it's a nice combat trick. But otherwise, I don't know. I mean, you can use it in order to trigger your other lizards, because lizards like when an enemy. No, not. You can't even do that, but you can use it to trigger bats, because bats like if you gain life, and when you give it lifelink, then. Yeah. I don't know. It's definitely far too expensive at 3 mana, but you can make it cheaper. And usually, having 2 lizards in play, you're already triggered. Why? Then we have the Heaped Harvest, which is again a special food token. Oh, you mean because I said you can trigger bats, but why would you be triggered? Yeah, it's for 2 and a green. It's an artifact, food, and when it enters and when you sacrifice it, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So it's ramp. It's ramp on a food token. I think we already had the Ravine Raider, and I think we have it in foil. Alright, then we have the Corpseberry Cultivator, which is the signpost common for black-green. It's a Squirrel Warlock for 1 neutral and 2 green-black hybrid mana. It's a 2/3, and whenever you forage, put a +1/+1 counter on Corpseberry Cultivator. Oh, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may forage. So basically, it can trigger its own triggered ability, because it allows you to forage at the start of every combat. So if you're able to load your graveyard or produce a lot of food, then this will be a large individual. And so, Novka, if you're still there, I'm pretty sure this card will be in your deck. I don't know if it's a 4-off. Usually those Oh no, it's a commander deck, right? Yeah, then this will probably be a one-off. But it's almost certain that this one will be in your deck. And then we have Stocking the Pantry, which for 1 green is an enchantment, and whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, put a supply counter on Stocking the Pantry. For 2 neutral, you can remove a supply counter from Stocking the Pantry and draw a card. Kinda nice, repeatable card draw. Something you like to see. It's a cheap enchantment. And +1/+1 counters, they aren't really a theme in this set. +1/+1 counters, but usually green has them. So this might find a place in Modern or maybe in Pioneer. Here we have the Signpost uncommon for green-white. It's the Burrowguard Mentor. It's a star rabbit soldier with trample, and Burrowguard's power and toughness are each equal to the number of creatures you control. Which is very... It's very token go wide. I think this might also find a place in one deck or another, because green-white usually likes making tokens, even outside of this set. And here we see something that's not new, but new in a normal Magic set. This is a class, and the last time we saw classes was in the Adventures of the Forgotten Realms set. And now this, in this set, there are, again, classes. And this time they pertain more to different jobs in a village. So this one is for builders. And the way classes work is they are an enchantment. And you can basically upgrade it. So you get one effect, then you can pay to get the next effect, and then you can pay again to get another effect. And for this one, gain the next level as a sorcery to add its ability. So you get all of it. So this card grows. The effects they stack. So if you pay the 1 and a white, you create a 0/4 white wall creature token with Defender. Then for 1 white mana, you can upgrade it, and whenever 1 or more non-creature, non-land permanents you control enter, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. And for 4 and a white, when this class becomes level 3, return target non-creature, non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a little bit pricey, but you can get something back, because it has to be non-creature, non-land. So it's most likely an enchantment, or it's a planeswalker. Then we have the Night Fisher, which for 3 and 2 blue is a 4/5 with flying. It's a bird knight. And whenever another non-token bird you control enters, create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. Coiling Rebirth, which for 3 and 2 black is a sorcery. You can gift a card and return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then, if the gift was promised and that creature isn't legendary, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's a 1/1. Interesting. So if you have something big that preferably has a nice enter the battlefield or permanent effect, then you can get 2 of it from your graveyard. I'm not sure. This might find a home in a couple decks, because cheating something into play from your graveyard is always something that's kind of popular. But at the same time, 5 mana is very expensive. All right, then over here we have a swamp. And our foil is the Sky Skipper duo. And we have a very edgy squirrel. Is that a bird skull or is it a rat skull? I think it's a bird skull on that it's wearing around its hip. And it's Camellia, the Seed Miser by David Peterson. It's a bird skull. Thank you for a crow. We don't like squirrels who kill crows. Crows are friends. So let me get the lands and the arts out. And maybe also the tokens, because those aren't real cards. The Island, which in fact is a land. Oh, I think I skipped an art card, right? Oh no, it was a token. Yeah, I know that joke is very, very old, but I think it's neat. It's a neat joke. All right. Just keeping everything neat. Okay, another joke. Chaos Lord can attack the first turn it comes into play on a side, except the turn it first comes into play. Yeah, thanks for that. So we have a Fesh. That's one of those tokens that you can gift to your opponent. We have the Warren Elder. It's just so adorable. Like, look at their beady eyes. So we have a Rabbit Cleric for 1 and a white. It's a 2/2, so it's a bear. So maybe for as an explanation, a 2 mana 2/2 is called a bear because of the card Grizzly Bear, which for 1 and a green is a 2/2, just a vanilla 2/2. And that's why every 2 mana 2/2 is called a bear. And then also there's another funny little term. If it's a 2-mana 2/2 with some kind of hate effect, like all red creatures get -1/-0. I don't even know if that card exists. Probably it exists. But if it hates on some kind of other card, then it's called a hate bear. The more you know. So this one is a bear, and it has an activated ability. Creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn for 4 mana, 3 and a white. I would say that's not great. I mean, it's a repeatable effect. So if you have 8 mana, you can get +2/+2 for your whole board. Isn't that great? I guess that isn't great. Then we have Dire Sight, which, weirdly enough, we see a frog. Frogs aren't in black. Frogs are in green and in blue. But for some reason we see a frog. For 2 and a black, it's a sorcery. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. Actually kinda nice. That's basically a divination that lets you surveil 2. I mean, you lose 2 life, but the 2 life actually are a combo piece, or they are an enabler for your bats. I'm trying not to say that it will trigger the bats, just enable the bats. But yeah, bats will like that you lose 2 life. Neat card. Probably nothing that will find its way into standard. I don't think so. Then we have Druid of the Spade, which for 2 and a green is a 2/3 rabbit druid. And as long as you control a token, Druid of the Spade gets +2/+0 and has trample. So in a lot of circumstances, this is a 3 mana 4/3 with trample. Really nothing out of the ordinary. Alania's Pathmaker is a 4/2 otter wizard for 3 neutral and a red. And when it enters, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Incidental card draw, always something nice to have in red. We have again the Skyskipper duo, we already saw that. We have the Moonrise Cleric, which is the signpost common for bats, for black and white. It's for 1 neutral, a white and a black, a 2/3 bat cleric with flying, and when it attacks, you gain 1 life. Very simple, but again, enabler for bat abilities. Here we have the card that we had the art card already. So that's Ruthless Negotiation. For 1 black, it's a sorcery. Target opponent exiles a card from their hand. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, draw a card. And it has a flashback cost, 4 and a black. I don't know. I wouldn't play this, to be quite honest. I mean, it exiles instead of discarding, so they don't get any benefits from the graveyard, but the fact that they are choosing what to exile is just, I would say, makes this card pretty much unplayable. Or unless I overlook something. Then we have the Lupin Flower Village. It's a land that can produce white mana for creatures or colorless mana for everything. And for 1 and a white, and you can sacrifice it, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Then we have the Bloomburrow Captain. Look at this guy! What a hero. It's a mouse soldier for 3 and a red. And the stats are 2 power, 3 toughness. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is Bloomburrow Captain's power. Yeah, he is strong. I mean, I wouldn't say that he's a strong card. Like, you can give a creature +2/+0 in most circumstances. And it's repeatable effect, but the stats don't pass the vanilla test. And +2/+0, I don't really think that's that strong. But very important, this will enable Valiant, because it's a targeted ability and Valiant likes targeted abilities, and mice have Valiant. So maybe you can construct a deck where this comes up more often than not. But I wouldn't this is probably not a card you build your deck around. It's too weak. So, here we have Driftgloom Coyote, which for 3 and 2 white is a 3/4 elemental coyote. When Driftgloom Coyote enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until Driftgloom Coyote leaves the battlefield. So it's basically a prison effect. If that creature had power 2 or less, put a +1/+1 counter on Driftgloom Coyote. So you can get a 5 mana 4/5. When you eat something smaller than it. This kind of effect is nice a lot of the time. I think the rate is a little low. But at the end of the day, you can get a +1/+1 counter, which is always nice. We have Sunspine Lynx. This is the rare of this pack. For 2 and 2 red, we have an elemental cat. For 4, it's a 5/4, and players can't gain life. Damage can't be prevented. And when it enters, it deals damage to each player equal to the number of non-basic lands that player controls. Kinda nice, not bad. I can see this being played in Commander, where basically most of the cards, most of the lands in each deck are non-basic. So I could see this become a commander card, and I already saw we have a full art. We have a showcase card as the next rare. And this is Camellia, the Seed Miser. So yeah, that's a pretty treatment. For 1 neutral, a black and a green. It's a legendary Squirrel Warlock. So this can be your commander. Exactly, it's the one with the crow. And I'm pretty sure that this is your commander in the deck you bought. And she is a Squirrel Warlock. It's a 3/3 with Menace. Other squirrels you control have Menace. And whenever you sacrifice 1 or more foods, create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token. And for 2 mana, you can forage and put a +1/+1 counter on each other squirrel you control. And don't forget, squirrels also have triggers that say when you forage, do something. And so I don't think this is especially valuable, but this with the showcase treatment might be. And then we have a plains, pretty plains, and a foil Warren Elder. So let me scan the 2 cards, and I will have a short break because I'm noticing that my voice is I have to talk a lot. Oh, it's only $1. Let me double check. Oh, apparently this is the only version of this. No, it isn't. But apparently the app recognized that it was the showcase. And the Sunspine Lynx is $1. So we have two more dollars. So before I go into my break, I will probably update the counter. So this is the cards, the rares basically that we got so far. This 3-tree city is most of the value that we got so far, with over $25. All right. So do we have any tokens in here? No, we don't. Put it on the pile. All right. So I will send you over to the clip reel. But you can use this opportunity to get something to drink, get a snack. We will be here for a while, so you can see there's still lots of packs to open. So yeah, get a snack, stretch your legs, stretch your back, all the good stuff. Take good care of yourself. I appreciate very much that you're all here with me and listen to my ramblings and look at the cards with me. So yeah, I will see you in 3 minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, Puppy Pack. So, let me update the value counter real quick. I hope the ads weren't too annoying and you could use the time in order to do the things that you need to do in order to feel nice, because that's why we are here. We're here to feel nice and have a cozy evening together. All right, so that's that. Next pack. We have the Chaos Lord joke again. And it's another Fesh. It's a Fesh token. So, what even is that word? Pileated provisioner or pileated? Well, anyway, it's a bird scout. It costs 4 neutral and a white for a 3/4 flyer. And when it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control without flying. And that's a common theme with birds in this set. They will give a bonus to a creature that doesn't have flying. Then we have Nocturnal Hunger. A very relatable card. I'm very much a person that gets Nocturnal Hunger quite often. So for 2 and a black, it's an instant with Gift a Food. And it says, destroy target creature. If the gift wasn't promised, you lose 2 life. I don't know about this. I really don't know. It's a bad rate for an instant speed, destroy target creature. And I would say losing the life isn't even a downside. You could argue that it offers flexibility, right? So you can choose if you want to lose the life. If you ask me, bad card. I would say this card is bad. And I don't know if this even sees play in draft. Only if you're desperate, probably. Cash Grab, which is of course a play on words. It says cash, like in a stockpile, not in money. So it's cash grab, not cash grab. It's for 1 and a green, it's an instant, and you mill 4 cards. For anyone who doesn't know, mill means you take them from the top of your library and you put them into your graveyard. And now, you may put a permanent card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you control a squirrel, or return a squirrel card to your hand this way, create a food token. So yeah, I would say it's a nice little filter, and also fill your graveyard, because this card alone allows you to forage. And don't forget, squirrels want to forage. So basically what this says, if we put it another way, you put 3 cards into your graveyard, which you need in order to forage. Like, foraging is either sacrificing a food or exiling 3 cards from your graveyard. So you can already activate a forage with the 3 cards you put into your graveyard this way. You get a card into your hand, which basically makes this a cantrip. And now, if you control a squirrel, or return the squirrel card to your hand this way, you create a food token, which again will allow you to forage. So this is a great forage enabler. I would say this is a nice card to put into your forage deck. Again, rough shot duo. I think we almost have a playset of these now. Another Mind Spiral. Another Tempest Angler. And here we have the Mind Drill Assailant, which is the signpost common for rats. For 2 and 2 blue and black hybrid mana, we get a 2/5 rat warlock. And it has threshold. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, Mind Drill Assailant gets +3/+0. Which would make it a 4 mana 5/5. And it can help to trigger itself, because with 2 and a blue-black hybrid mana, you can surveil. Kinda nice. And here we have the class for red. It's Blacksmith's Talent. When it enters, create a... So it's an enchantment class for 1 red. And when it enters, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Sword. With equipped creature gets +1/+1 and equip for 2 mana. Then at level 2, which costs 2 and a red, at the beginning of combat on your turn, attach target equipment you control to up to 1 target creature you control. And then, for 3 and a red, you can upgrade it to level 3, and during your turn, equipped creatures you control have double strike and haste. Kinda nice. Not bad, not bad. Not great, but also not bad. Persistent Marshstalker, we already saw that. We have this in foil, and it's a 3/1 that gets more aggressive the more rats you control. And on your threshold, if you have threshold, you can bring this back from the graveyard. And then we have Shrike Force. Not Strike Force, Shrike Force. For 2 and a white, we have a 1/3 Bird Knight with flying, double strike, and vigilance. Just little magic lingo. This is what we call a French vanilla. Or is it a Canadian vanilla creature? I think it might be a Canadian vanilla creature. Because I think a French vanilla is if it is just blank, except for the if it's blank, and Canadian means that it's blank except it has only keywords, like it doesn't have any other text except for keywords. But I'll have to look that up. I might misremember. I would say it's fine. Like a 1/3 flyer isn't great. The double strike is nice if you can pump it somehow. Might be kind of nice, but I don't think that this will see a lot of play. Except maybe in Commander, in bird decks or something like that. Here we have the Hivespine Wolverine, which for 3 neutral and 2 green is a 5/4 elemental Wolverine. And when it enters, you choose 1. You put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. You have it fight target creature token, or you destroy an artifact or enchantment. So, yeah, it's basically Green, best of green, not really best of green, but a lot of popular effects that you find in green. And they are basically tacked on a decently statted creature. Kinda nice. But also not mind-blowing. No relevant creature type on top of that. Now we have Lunar Convocation, which for white and black is an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, each opponent loses 1 life. And at the beginning of your end step, if you gained and lost life this turn, create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. And for 1 and a black, you can pay 2 life, so you can activate the second part by using this ability. And if you use the ability, you pay 2 life, you pay 2 mana, and you draw a card. Pretty slow, but at the same time, it's something that I think is a nice little value engine. And we have a foil plains. And I think that one, that looks really nice. There's a lot of foiling, which makes this very, very rainbowy. And another foil. This time it's the Kindle Spark Duo. So let's scan our rare. I don't think that this is worth much. At least I don't remember this being worth much from what I saw already. So this is just the regular old, yeah, it's 33 cents. Moving on. Oh, this pack feels very chonky for some reason. So you might recognize this fox. I will not tell you because either you know, or you can we maybe pull him. So we have the token for the Intrepid Rabbit. So you have to realize that there's a lot of different tokens in this set, because there's a lot of different cards with which can become a token because of the offspring mechanic. Let's go. Agate Assault. 2 neutral and red. For a sorcery, you choose 1. Agate Assault deals 4 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead, or you exile target artifact. Nice modular spell. Maybe a little bit pricey. Then we have Light Shell Duo, which for 3 and a blue is a 3/4 rat otter with prowess. And when it enters, you surveil 2. Nice little enabler for both creature types. Then Thistledown Players for 2 and a white. It's a mouse bard. It's a 3/3. And when it attacks, untap target non-land permanent. This is kind of nice because don't forget that mice like being targeted. So you can trigger your Valiant triggers with that. And untapping something every time you attack is kind of nice. You might give one of your attackers pseudo vigilance with this, and at the same time get a Valiant trigger. Not bad. Then we have the Agate Blade Assassin. Longstalk Brawl. For 1 green, you can gift a tapped fish, and you choose 1 creature you control and target creature you don't control. Put a +1/+1 counter on the creature you control if the gift was promised. Then those creatures fight each other. That's kinda nice. It's a nice rate. Green removal usually revolves around 2 creatures fighting each other. Getting a +1/+1 counter is great. And the tapped fish, you have to realize that giving your opponent a tapped fish when you do something aggressive like this, like you're removing probably one of their blockers with the fight effect. You're giving a creature +1/+1, and the tapped fish can't block. So you will probably push some damage with this spell. We have Uncharted Haven. It enters tapped. It's a land. And as it enters, choose a color, and you get a mana of the chosen color when you tap it. Mindrill Assailant, we already saw that. Blacksmith's Talent, we already saw that as well. Then we have Wear Down. For 1 and a green, it's a sorcery. You can gift a card, and you destroy target artifact or enchantment if the gift was promised. Instead, destroy 2 target artifacts and or enchantments. I would say in a set that's much more heavy on artifacts and enchantments, this would be kinda nice. But to be fair, this set isn't that. It's more or less very creature heavy, I would say. So maybe this finds a home in other decks, because destroying 2 things at once is kinda nice for 2 mana. Even if you gift your opponent a card, getting rid of some problem cards is kinda nice. Moving on. We have the Moonstone Harbinger, which for 2 and a black is a Bat Warrior with 1/3 flying and death touch. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, bats you control get +1/+0 and gain death touch until end of turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. I mean, the death touch is what's really juicy here. If you can get a few small bats in play and gain or lose life, you can get in for a lot of damage. Or destroy a lot of creatures. We have the Harnesser of Storm, which for 2 and a red is a 1/4 otter wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature or otter spell, you may exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Kinda nice. You like him? Yeah, he's a cool guy. No, it's a her. It's... She's a cool dude. She's a cool guy. Yeah, pretty nice. Then we have the Scrap Shooter, which for 1 neutral and 2 green is a 4/4 raccoon archer. Yeah, it's a girl. It's a girl otter. You can see in the flavor text, she feeds and powers her entire village. Alright, then we have Scrap Shooter. 1 and 2 green, raccoon archer, 4/4. You can gift a card, and it has reach. When it enters, if the gift was promised, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Not bad. Like the rate is already pretty nice. 3 mana for a 4/4 reach. That's a great defensive creature. It's not even defensive. You can put your opponent on a clock. 4 power is a 5-turn clock. And getting the artifact or enchantment destroyed might be a nice added bonus. I wouldn't say that this is hugely valuable. Yep, it's not even $1. So, to be fair, that's a rare card, and I would expect effects like this to be more of an uncommon. Then we have another foil plains and a Banishing Light. It's an enchantment for 2 and a white. When Banishing Light enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Banishing Light leaves the battlefield. I think that's a reprint. It's a very popular effect for white. All right, another pack. So what else are you all doing tonight? Do you have any plans for the weekend? So first of all, we look at the... Oh, we don't even get a token. We get just a mouse click away. So maybe this you get some kind of promo for that code. Well, if you are watching, you can get that code now. We have the Sonar Strike again. Then we have Early Winter. We already saw that. The Tree Guard Duo we already saw. The Whisker Quill Scribe we already saw. Shore Up. Moonrise Cleric. The Veteran Guard Mouse. That's a new one. And it's a cool little dude. Very, very heroic veteran guard mouse for 3 and a red-white hybrid mana. We get a mouse soldier. It has 3 power and 4 toughness. It's a valiant. Whenever veteran guard mouse becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, it gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn, and scry 1. So you get a 4/4 first strike with your Valiant trigger. And you scry 1. Which isn't bad. Not bad at all. Then we have the Heirloom Epic, which for 1 neutral mana is an artifact. And for 4 mana, tapping, and you can draw a card. For each mana in this ability's activation cost, you may tap an untapped creature you control rather than pay that mana. Activate only as a sorcery. So this basically has Convoke on its activation. Probably something that mice and rabbits like very much. Most of all, rabbits. Then we have Mind Whisker, which is for 2 and a blue, a red wizard with 3/2. And at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. And then, Threshold. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, creatures your opponents control get -1/-0. Kinda nice. The -1/-0 isn't bad. Like that's a nice effect. And it helps you get there because you can surveil. Then we have Oak Hollow Village, which is again one of the land cycle. It makes either colorless mana or green mana for creature spells. And for green and tap, you can put a +1/+1 counter on each frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel you control that entered the battlefield this turn. And don't forget, this is especially nice for frogs, because frogs can bounce, so they can just blink. And you can activate this after they have blunken, and trigger it that way. Give them a +1/+1 counter. Problem with that is, if you blink them again, they will lose the counter. So, you will probably not be able to do this repeatedly. Then we have the Daring Wave Rider, which is for 4 mana and for 4 neutral mana and 2 blue, is a 4/4 Otter Wizard. And when it enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So you basically get a 2 mana 4/4. Like you get a 4 mana spell from your graveyard back. But at the end of the day, you can only play this on turn 6. There's no way to make it cheaper. And so basically this is 10 mana of... No, it's not 10 mana of value. Let's say 8 mana of value for 6 mana. Look what I found! Oh, then we have Pretty Salvation Swan, which for 3 neutral and a white is a 3/3 bird cleric with flash and flying. And when Salvation Swan or another bird you control enters, exile up to 1 target creature you control without flying. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. So this is your, I think There's also something, a card called Salvation Angel, which will do something similar. It will blink one of your creatures. And it also has flash and is a 3/3 flyer. So this will also give the creature that has been blinked a flying counter, which is kind of nice. Also, I think the artwork is kind of pretty. Let's have a closer look. I would guess this is $1. It's not even $1. It's 18 cents. I think it's the cheapest card we pulled so far. I mean, the cheapest rare, at least. And then we got an Island, and our foil is Runaway Together. Oh, let me put the land on the other pile. Oh no. Oh no. Something terrible is happening. I think I have to sneeze. Alright, we have Banishing Light again. Then we have Dagger Fang Duo, which for 2 and a black is a 3/2 rat squirrel. It has a death touch, and when it enters, you may mill 2 cards. So it doesn't quite activate Forage, but a 3/2 death touch, I mean, it can trade up a lot of the times. Milling 2 cards isn't bad. It's interesting for both rats who have Threshold and for squirrels who forage. Then we have the Baker's Bane Duo, which for 1 and a green is a 2/2 Squirrel Raccoon. When Baker's Bane Duo enters, create a food token. Well, we wonder, where do they have that food from? Where did the food come from? And then, whenever you expend 4, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Well, kinda nice. Conduct electricity. Ah, we already saw that. You hungry? Are you hungry? Then you should eat something. Another Ravine Raider. Another Junk Blade Bruiser. Oh, we have a Mouse Trapper. I love the play on words here. That's a nice pun you did there. What are we cooking? Yes. So, for 2 and a white, we have a 3/2 Mouse Soldier. It has Flash. And it's Valiant. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, tap target creature an opponent controls. The cards have all the food. Yes. So yeah, it's interesting. So you can flash it in. And maybe also get like tap down a blocker. Or tap down a problematic creature that... Oh no, you have to target it first. I don't think that Valiant and Flash have a lot of synergy. I think in most cases you will do either or. Like, you won't do both at the same time. And the flavor text is kind of cute. I'm not here to hurt you, but I will stop you from hurting others. That's cute. Then we have Valley Rally, which for 2 in a red is an instant. You can gift a food, and creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gains first strike until end of turn. I don't know. Like a board pump can win you games. The first strike, it's an instant. I mean, so it's also a combat trick. I mean, it might win you a game or two, but it's a little bit pricey. Then we have the Clifftop Lookout, which for 2 and a green is a 1/2 Frog Scout with reach. So it can block as if it had flying, but I would say that's a bad blocker. Like 1/2 that can barely block anything, even with flying. But when it enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Kinda nice. It ramps you, but I don't know. The creature this ramp is attached to, I don't think hits the mark. Then we have a 3/3 Scribe, which for 1 and a green is a 2/3 Frog Druid. That's more like it. That's pretty good rate on the stats. And whenever 3/3 Scribe or another creature you control leaves the battlefield without dying, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Which is a payoff for all those bounce effects, right? Or the bounce and blink. Very nice. I would say very playable card in bounce decks. Then we have the Valley Quest Caller, a rare. For 1 and a white is a 2/3 Rabbit Warrior, and whenever one or more other rabbits, bats, birds, and or mice you control enter, scry 1, and other rabbits, bats, birds, and mice you control get +1/+1. So that's, first of all, that's really good rate. Like a 2-mana 2/3, that's already a card you can play. At least in draft formats, for example, that's playable. But the scry effect, plus being a lord for 4 different creature types, that's not bad. So, is it worth something? Nope, not really. 45 cents. Then we have a swamp in foil. And oh, we have a foil rare. And this time it's Phineas, Ace Archer, which for a green and a white is a 2/2 Rabbit Archer with Vigilance and Reach. And whenever Phineas, Ace Archer attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control that's a token or a rabbit. Then if creatures you control have total power 10 or greater, draw a card. That's, I mean, that's a lot of That's a lot of text. But I would say he fits nicely into the rabbit deck. And is Phineas worth anything? Did it detect that it was a foil? Yeah, it did. And it's very cheap. It is a cheap one. Nevertheless, we will protect it from the elements. Then we have a little art card. A squirrel with lots of colored acorns. What does that mean? What's that all about? It's Stocking the Pantry by Gina Matarazzo. Food! Yeah, get some food! Do it! Do it! Do it! Get the food! So, we haven't made a lot in, I would say, the last hour. But I will update the value real quick. That's it. Didn't. So, money-wise, not a lot happened. Fesh. Alright, we have Might of the Meek. For 1 red, for 1 red, we have an instant. Target creature gains trample until end of turn. It also gets +1/+0 until end of turn if you control a mouse. Also, you draw a card. So that's a nice combat trick. It does what a good combat trick is supposed to do. First of all, it's cheap. Second of all, of course, it's an instant. Like there's no sorcery combat tricks. But yeah, it's cheap. It gives trample, which is okay. +1/+0 is okay, and it draws you a card, so it replaces itself. So it's a nice little card. We have a Mind Spiral. Then we have the Nettle Guard. And also, don't forget, combat tricks are a little bit stronger on cards with Valiant. Then we have the Nettle Guard, which for 1 and a white is a 3/1 mouse soldier with Valiant. And whenever Nettle Guard becomes the target of a spell of ability you control for the first time each turn, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. And you can pay a mana and sacrifice it to destroy target artifact or enchantment. So, I don't know. I don't think this is... I don't think this is a good card. You can basically just ping this and it will die. And I mean, you can save it from being pinged, but why would you do that? I mean, no, you wouldn't. Then you have the Glide Dive Duo, which for 4 neutral and a black is a 3/3 bat lizard with flying. And when it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So it enables both bats and lizards by making the opponent lose life and you gain 2 life. And a 3/3 flyer is kind of nice. I would say decent rate. We have cash grab again. We have the bell again. Oh, and I really like this card. So this card is called War Squeak. For 1 red, it's an enchantment aura. You enchant a creature, and when War Squeak enters, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. And enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has haste. Not the strongest card. Let's not overrate this card. But look at this. That's just awesome. Also, of course, it triggers Valiant. Then we have the Patchwork Banner, which for 3 neutral is an artifact. And as it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1. And you can tap it for 1 mana of any color. Then we have the Honored Dray Leader, which for 2 and a green is a 1/1 Squirrel Warrior. It has Trample, and when Honored Dray Leader enters, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each other squirrel and or food you control. Whenever another squirrel or food you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Honored Dray Leader. So yeah, this guy. So if you look at it, you might think, man, that's 3 mana for a 1/1 with Trample, but this will, first of all, this will almost never enter as a 1/1. And also, it will continue to grow afterwards. So that's kinda nice. Good payoff for food and squirrels. Then we have Vine Reap Mentor, which is the signpost uncommon for squirrels. For a black and a green, it's a 3/2 Squirrel Druid. And when it enters or dies, you create a food token. Then for 1 and a white, we have the rare of the pack. We have a 2/1 Bat Cleric. As long as you've lost life this turn, Essence Channeler has flying and vigilance. Well, I would have expected that a bat has flying either way. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Essence Challenger, and when Essence Channeler dies, put its counters on target creature you control. I mean, fine. It's a fine creature. But I don't know if this really sees a lot of play. Because, in my opinion, this should just always have flying. Oh boy. Yeah, we have another one. Hey, that wasn't worth a lot. You don't like it? Yeah, me neither. I think it's kinda weak. And now we have a good little person here. A little Forg. It's Helga. skittish seer. And is that band? Yeah, she's in band colors. So for a green, a white, and a blue, you get a 1/3 frog druid with whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4 or greater, you draw a card, gain 1 life, and put a +1/+1 counter on Helga. Excuse me. You can tap her and add X mana of any one color, where X is Helga Skittish Seer's power. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells with mana value 4 or greater, or creature spells with X in their mana costs. Interesting. Interesting design. Definitely likes when you cast creatures. And especially likes when you cast big creatures. So, is Helga worth anything? No, she actually is. She's worth $2. Then we have a swamp. And again, it has a different color scheme. Like usually, swamp black. But this swamp blue. And we have a foil uncommon, which is Gossip's talent. And we haven't seen this one yet. It's for 1 and a blue, an enchantment, a class. Whenever a creature you control enters, surveil 1. Very nice for the red deck. Then for 1 and a blue, you can level it up. And whenever you attack, target attacking creature with power 3 or less can't be blocked this turn. Another ad break. Yeah, we'll use the break. And for 3 and a blue, you can get it to level 3, and whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. So this is something the frogs really like. Anytime they deal combat damage, they blink. And together with level 2, they also get kinda evasive. So it'll be easier for them to connect. Kinda nice. Like the design on that card. And yeah, you might see this being played in slower decks, ninjutsu decks, stuff like that. I could see decks that have a home for a card like this, but probably only in Commander. Like anywhere else, there's probably cards that do the same thing but cheaper or faster. So we'll go through this pack real quick. We have another Agate Blade Assassin. We have another Longstalk Brawl. Another Might of the Meek. Mind Spiral, Nettle Guard. Glide Dive Duo. Another Bell. Another Head of the Homestead. We saw this in foil earlier. Then another Hazard Root Herbalist. We saw that already. Another Heirloom Epic. Then we have Playful Shove. For 1 in a red, it deals 1 damage to any target and you draw a card. So that's... exactly. But you were hungry, so you get some food in a couple minutes. So yeah, this is basically in order to activate all your lizards. Because you can ping your opponent for that. With that. Nevertheless, I don't think it's something that you really want to play. Oh, and here we have a rare class. This is Scavenger's Talent. For 1 black, we get an enchantment class. And whenever 1 or more creatures you control die, create a food token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Nevertheless, you get a food token, which is really nice for foraging. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. And target player means you can mill yourself in order to, for example, get Threshold or get cards into your graveyard for foraging. And then, for 2 and a black, you get level 3, which says, at the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents. If you do, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. So yeah, I would say pretty powerful enchantment, pretty powerful class. That you can get online by turn 3. I mean, it's 3 turns do nothing. But if you get this online somehow, I think this might carry your game just by sheer value. Then we have a mountain. We have the Valley Rally in foil. And we have what looks to me like a moth. Very pretty art on this. And it's The Luminous Broodmoth by Alex Hawley Orlandelli. Nice. And the class we just got, is that worth anything? Probably not. 37 cents. Basically a steal. Alright, so we are a couple cards in already. But yeah, I will send you to the clips again, so you can get some food. Novka, please. Eat. And of course, everyone else, if you're lurking, get a snack, get a drink. Stand up. Don't sit in front of your PC all crooked all the time like I do. So I will see you in 3 minutes. All right, welcome back. Now, did you get something nice to eat? Did you get some snacks? I had a quick snack, actually. One toast. That's not enough. You won't get big and strong from one toast. So the packaging pile is getting larger and larger. So we have again this fox. Who might that be? Here's a rabbit token. Oh, it's actually... Is that the anime token? I think that might be the anime token. Well, it's cute. That's what that is. Alright, we have another carrot cake. Another saver. Another Rust Shield Rampager. Oh, that's new, right? We didn't have that yet. That's Sazercap's Brew. For 1 and a red. It's an instant and gift a tapped fish. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card. Then, target player draws 2 cards. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Okay. Fine, I guess. We have Dire Downdraft here. For 3 and a blue, it's an instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking or tapped creature. And target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. So that's actually pretty strong, because now I wonder, I guess the owner chooses. Whether to put it on the top or the bottom. So it's 3 mana for a bounce spell, which isn't bad. I mean, it's kind of bad. But putting it on top of the library is... So basically you are delaying this creature by another turn. If you would return it to the owner's hand, then they could cast it again right away. So if this is a problematic creature and they want to put it on the top, it still basically puts them down a card, because their next card draw will be that creature. And yeah, that creature is also delayed by another turn. I would still say it's hella slow. We have again the Cindering Cutthroat. We already saw that. Oh, the Pond Prophet. That one's new. It's for 2 green-blue hybrid mana. A Frog Advisor with 1/1. And when it enters, draw a card. Very straightforward. Very straightforward card. 1/1 that draws a card. And of course, it's a strong enter the battlefield effect, which frogs love because they bounce a lot. So you can rebuy this effect. Then we have Dewdrop Cure. Oh, I can't even look at how adorable that is. That's just so cute. That's too cute. That's illegal. We have to sue Wizards of the Coast. They made an illegally cute card. So for 2 and a white, it's a sorcery. You may gift a card, and then return up to 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less, from your graveyard to the battlefield. If the gift was promised, instead return up to 3 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. So yeah, you can get a lot of little guys back. We have Lily Splash Mentor, which is a frog druid. For 2, a green and a blue, you get a 4/4 with reach. And for 1, a green and a blue, exile another target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter. Activate only as a sorcery. So not only are you getting potential enter the battlefield effects another time, the creature also gets a +1/+1 counter. So kinda nice. Probably an effect that you want to cast several times. Then we have Parting Gust. For 2 white, we have an instant. You can gift a tapped fish and exile target non-token creature. If the gift wasn't promised, return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. So let's say this is a modal card. Like you have 2 modes here. Either you bounce your own creature or you blink your own creature and give it a +1/+1. Or you get a blocker out of the way, probably, for a big attack. Moonstone Harbinger. I think we already have that. Yeah. We already saw that. We have another Lunar Convocation. We have a Plains, and we have a foil Rockface Village. We already saw that as a non-foil. I'll scan the Lunar Convocation just to add the value to the counter later on. Right now, I don't think that we have to update. So yeah, we didn't have any great pulls like in the last 1.5, 2 hours. Like there weren't any mind-blowing pulls. At least nothing like the 3-tree city we already had. Oh, also this can probably all go here. Sadly, I think I'm already winning. We are here sitting together and chilling and talking about magic and looking at cute cards. Alright. We have something new. We have Take Out the Trash. For 1 and a red, it's an instant. Take Out the Trash deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control a raccoon, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So this allows you to rummage if you have a raccoon, on top of dealing 3. So this is Lightning Strike, I think it's called. With some raccoon upside attached. Now, you have to realize that raccoons basically weren't a thing before this set. So, in other formats except for Limited, like Bloomburrow Limited and Standard, this extra effect is very unlikely. But I like the flavor text here, which says disgusting, revolting, effective. Oh, another new card, the Nighthall Hermit. For 2 and a blue, we have a 1/4 rat rogue with vigilance. And it also has threshold. And as long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, Nighthall Hermit Hermit gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. Which is kinda nice. If you can load your graveyard quickly, you get a card that represents a real clock. Especially if you can do something to this creature. Then we have the Waxwane Witness. Waxwane Witness. Which for 3 and a white is a 2/4 Bat Cleric with Flying and Vigilance. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, Waxwane Witness gets +1/+0 until end of turn. That's... as a repeatable effect, that can actually represent quite a lot of damage. It's also not very easy to get rid of. Pretty sure that this is a pretty strong card in Limited, like in Draft. I can see this being picked over most other commons. Then we have Bumbleflower's Share Pot, which for 2 neutral mana is an artifact. When it enters, you create a food. And for 5 and tapping it and sacrificing it, you destroy target non-land permanent. That's pretty powerful, but it's also pretty expensive. Nocturnal Hunger. That's what Novka currently experiences. Another Rust Shield Rampager, another Head of the Homestead. And then we have the Seed Pod Squire. For 3 and a blue-white, and a blue-white hybrid mana, we have a 3/3 with flying. It's a bird scout. And whenever it attacks, target creature you control without flying gets +1/+1 until end of turn. I have to say I'm not impressed by that. Then we have Wildfire Howl. For 1 and 2 red, we have a sorcery. You may gift a card, and Wildfire Howl deals 2 damage to each creature. If the gift was promised, instead Wildfire Howl deals 1 damage to any target and 2 damage to each creature. Which is, again, nice to trigger your lizards. We have Sugarcoat, which for 2 and a blue is an aura enchantment with flash. You enchant a creature or a food. Enchanted Permanent is a colorless food artifact with sacrifice this artifact, you gain 3 life and loses all other card types and abilities. So you can make either a creature or an artifact or another food into a standard food. Oh, there's the special food, right? Like there's food that's also something else. So you can use this to make it just plain food. We have Plume-Creed Escort. We already saw that. That's a full art Season of Gathering. I know that the regular version is already, I think, $5. So let's look. Oh, that's not even, that's not a full art. That's not only full art, that's a special art. That's the showcase treatment. So, and this is another new mechanic. You have paw prints. So first of all, this for 4 neutral mana and 2 green is a sorcery. And you choose up to 5 paw prints worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. 1 paw print gets you a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. It also gains vigilance and trample until end of turn. For 2 paw prints, you choose an artifact or enchantment. Destroy all permanents of the chosen type. Be careful. If you choose food, then you will also destroy your own food. For 3 paw prints, you draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. And don't forget, you could do something like 2+1/+1 counters, and then the 3 paw prints. So you get the +2, the 2+1 counters, and you draw at least 2 cards, probably more. So yeah, very modal card, very flexible. And I would say all of the combinations are worth the 6 mana. Or most of them are worth 6 mana. Now let's see if this is worth more than the regular version. Because I know that the regular version is already worth something. That's $6. Yeah. Nice. Into the sleeve it goes. Now we have another plains. And an Eddy Merc crab, which for 5 and 2 blue is an elemental crab with 5/5. It has flash. And it costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. And it enters tapped if it's not your turn. But when it enters, you tap up to 2 target creatures. So I would say casting this for 5, you will feel very happy. And both modes are okay. I mean, you can't surprise block something with this because it enters tapped on your opponent's turn. But tapping up to 2 target creatures, you can basically do that at the start of your opponent's combat and get rid of 2 problem creatures for that turn. Not bad, not bad. And then we have an art card. If only I could make out what it's supposed to represent. Oh, I see. It's an otter. It's Kitsa, Otterball Elite by David Peterson. I think we are not even halfway through that pack. Or that box. And the BAG, the Below Average Gamer, was asking if he still can join the pack opening, and apparently that will be the case because we'll be here for quite a while. Another one of these. Another MTG Arena promo thingies. I don't know if you get anything from the code. Doesn't look like it. It's it's probably some kind of free pack you get from that. From the QR code that's on this card. All right, Warren Elder, we know that. Thornplate Intimidator. I think we had that at the start, right? Yeah, we already had that. We have another Polywallop. Then we have a Frilled Spark Shooter, which for 3 in a red is a 3/3 Lizard Archer with Menace and Reach. And it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if an opponent lost life this turn. Quite nice. Good rate for Menace and Reach. Runaway Together, we know that. Mind Drill Assailant, we already saw that. High Stride. So that's a little bit of Rabbit Ingenuity. For 1 green, we have an instant. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains Reach until end of turn. Also, you may untap it. Oh no, not you may, you untap it. We see Gossip's Talent again. This time, not as a foil. Blacksmith's Talent again. Stormcatch Mentor, we saw that already. Then we have Hop to It, which for 2 and a white is a sorcery, which creates 3 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens. Pretty straightforward card here. And now we have Clement, the Worry Word, which for 1 neutral, a blue and a green, is a frog druid, 3/3 vigilance, and whenever Clement the Worry Word or another creature you control enters, return up to 1 target creature you control with lesser mana value to its owner's hand. And frogs you control have tap for blue or green mana. You may only use it to cast a creature spell. So it makes all your frogs to mana dogs, and it basically, it basically bounces something. It has vigilance. Like, the rate is kind of good. I don't see this being an insane card, but it's nice. It's worth 27 cents. So, and then we have another swamp. This time it looks kinda green. And we have another hidden grotto. This time in foil. Oh, that can go over here, and I should probably, on the next break, put away all those wrappers. Then we have, oh, look at that! That's the token for the Warren War Leader. That's the baby. That's the baby, the offspring of the Warren War Leader. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. And yeah, whenever you attack, choose 1, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token that's tapped and attacking, or attacking creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, very, very cute. We have Kindle Spark Duo. Pearl of Wisdom, that's new. For 2 and a blue, we have a sorcery. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control an otter. So, and it draws 2 cards. So, usually this is a divination. With an otter, it becomes a better rate. We had this card already. Starlit Soothsayer we also had. Right, yeah. Druid of the Spade. Hidden Grotto. Rabbit Responds. So, not rapid response, it's rabbit response. For 2 neutral and 2 white, we have an instant. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. If you control a rabbit, you scry 2. So nice board pump. Then Feather of Flight. For 1 and a white, we have an enchantment aura with flash. You enchant a creature, and when Feather of Flight enters, draw a card. And enchanted creature has +1/+0 and has flying. Great. The artwork shows a lizard growing wings and being very poggers about it. Look at the poggy face. Okay, Gossip's Talent again. The Curious Forager. Very handsome squirrel. For 2 neutral and a green, we have a 3/2 Squirrel Druid. And when it enters, you may forage. And when you do, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. We have the Daring Wave Rider again. Saw that already. And the rare is Hearthborn Battler, which is for 2 and a red, a 2/3 Lizard Warlock with haste. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, Hearthborn Battler deals 2 damage to target opponent. And so, from experience, these cards that trigger on the second spell are kinda good. Like, you can expect to trigger this effect quite often. And since lizards really like to damage the opponent, I think this is probably a good card for lizard decks. I don't see this being terribly expensive though. Yeah, that's 14 cents. It's, if you ask me, this is basically, again, more of an uncommon than anything else. Like, it feels very, considering the power level, this feels like an uncommon. Then we have Island and a Mind Drill Assailant in foil. I think that's the second Mind Drill Assailant we got in foil. Also, what do you think about the background music? Because I cobbled this together, like, last minute. We have another Cash Grab. We have another Take Out the Trash. Nighthall Hermit. Waxwane Witness. Bumble Flowers. Sharepot. Another Mind Drill Assailant. Junkplate Bruiser. Mousetrapper, we saw that already. We saw the Starforged Sword already. The Drift Gloom Coyote we already saw. Calamitous Tide. For 4 and 2 blue, return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. So yeah. not mind-blowing in my opinion. And another scrap shooter, we already saw that. So that's a rare that we already... So we have... This is the first still opening cards. Exactly. So that's... Welcome in, Aluna. How many did I buy? Only 2. I only bought 2. So we saw that already. So this is the first duplicate rare that we have. I only bought 2. Like two of these boxes. Only 2 of these boxes. So we are about halfway through the first one. So, we have a forest, and this one looks like a swamp for some reason. I think that's a theme. And we have a foil Thornplate Intimidator. Yeah, but it's going much faster since we have already seen a lot of the cards. And I really have to get those, get this packaging off the table on the next break. We have the Intrepid Rabbit, we already saw that. Psychic Hall, we haven't seen that yet. So... For 2 and a black, we have a sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. And then, if you control a red, surveil 2. Yeah, that's okay. I would say, since the opponent chooses the cards they discard, I don't know if that's a great rate. We already had the Treetop Sentries. Might of the Meek, Pearl of Wisdom, Corpseberry Cultivator, Peerless Recycling. Oh, that's new. Hoarder's Overflow. For 1 and a red, we have an enchantment. When Hoarder's Overflow enters, and whenever you expend 4, put a stash counter on it. For 1 and a red, we can sacrifice Hoarder's Overflow and then we discard our hand and draw cards equal to the number of stash counters on Hoarder's Overflow. That's kind of nice. Paw Patch Formation. For 1 and a green is an instant. We choose 1. We destroy target creature with flying, destroy target enchantment, draw a card, and create a food token. So usually we see effects like destroy target creature with flying or destroy target enchantment. That's usually an effect we see for 1 or 2 mana. And basically having that stapled together into 1 card is kinda nice. So it's a bit of power creep, but still more or less a very niche card. Like, you don't need any of these effects in most situations. But I see this being a good sideboard card. Another Eddie Merc crap, we already have that in foil. And then we have Kidnap. Kidnap. Because puns. So for 2 neutral and 2 blue mana, we have an enchantment aura. We may gift a card to an opponent, and we enchant a creature. When Kidnap enters, tap enchanted creature. If the gift wasn't promised, put 3 stun counters on it. And you control enchanted creature. That's interesting. So you take control of a creature, which usually is 5 mana. I would say around 5-ish, 4-5 mana. So it's kind of a good rate. But you have to wait 3 turns. Oh no, 4 turns until you can use that creature. Unless you gift a card to your opponent. Interesting design. I don't really know if you have a way to sacrifice that creature, then this might be kind of nice. I don't expect this to be hugely valuable. Yep, it's 7 cents. That's a very cheap rare. It's probably a lot cheaper than many of the commons we pulled. All right. So, am I rich yet? Yes, of course. I'm rich in friends. Welcome in, Shayul. Nice of you to stop by. So these are all the commons and uncommons, and so I just scanned the kidnap, and if you paid attention, then you saw that we pulled another one of the Season of Gathering. This one not with the full art, but it's another one. We have a second Season of Gathering, which is kind of nice because that card is worth another $5. So yeah, so this is the other artwork for Season of Gathering. Very interesting that. So this is a mythic rare. So it is really rare, and somehow I pulled 2 of them. You could say I was kind of lucky. Then we have an island and a foil Diacite, which for some reason, although it's a black card and frogs aren't in black, it shows a frog. And then we have this guy. And I already said, if you know who this guy is, then go right ahead. Shoot your shot. Can anyone guess who this is? All right, then I will solve the mystery. So that cool fox with the hood, who's casting blue spells, Robin Hood from the Disney movie. No, much worse. No, this is Jace, the Mind Sculptor. So it's one of the most popular Planeswalkers. I think the Planeswalker with the most iterations over the years. And art by Justin Gerard. Let's put that land over there. And on to the next pack. So, how was your day, Shayul? I hope your work day was somewhat pleasant. And here we have Cragflame. So that's basically... you get that from... What packs are we opening? We are opening MTG Bloomburrow packs. Play boosters. And welcome in, Green Puggy. How are you doing? It was pleasant and the clients were very relaxed. So this is the token for another creature that will create this weapon. So equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance, trample, and haste. And you can equip it for 2. We have the Nocturnal Hunger again. I know I already made that joke, but yeah, Nocturnal Hunger, probably the most relatable card in this whole set, because who didn't experience some Nocturnal Hunger every once in a while, right? Then we have another Rust Shield Rampager, a Kindle Spark Duo, another Pearl of Wisdom, another Pileated Provisioner. Your head hurts and you're at work. But other than that, you're fine. You've been playing a lot of Helldivers 2. I heard a lot of good stuff about Helldivers 2. And I already liked the first one. It was just a little bit difficult to get your friends to play with you. We have another Hidden Grotto, some mana fixing. Another Clifftop Lookout. Again, I'm not very excited about this card. We have Bandit's Talent. That's new. So it's an enchantment. It's a class. So you play this for 1 and a black, and it stays in play. And when Bandit's Talent enters, each opponent discards 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card. And also, of course, I hope your head feels better soon. I also have a little bit of a headache, but it's fine. It'll pass. Then, later you can pay 1 mana and upgrade this class to level 2. And then, at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, they lose 2 life. Which is again something that bats, which are in black, really like, and lizards, which are in black, really like. And then for 3 and a black, you can upgrade it to level 3. At the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent who has 1 or fewer cards in hand. So yeah, you can... This card is basically a nice little value engine in and of itself. And I would expect this to be played in Commander. Starscape Cleric, also a new card. 1 and a black for a 2/1 creature bat cleric. It has offspring, 2 and a black. It's flying, it can't block, and whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Now, the offspring cost here is kind of high. Like, you're basically paying 1 more mana. You're paying 3 more mana to get a weaker creature than this. But at the same time, you also double the permanent ability of this. And that's kind of nice. You wanna... With the bats, you want to make your opponent lose life or gain life yourself all the time. So you're very happy to double that effect. Then we have the Bright Blade Stoat, which for 1 and a white is a 2/2 with first strike and lifelink. It's also a Weasel Soldier. I think weasels weren't a thing. Like they are very rare. There's very few weasels in MTG, and I think this set brought us the first legendary weasel. So, flavor text says bright blades are trained to constantly mind the sun's position, adjusting the angle of their dagger to maximize glare. Alright. We have another Camellia, and this time it's not the showcase version. So, another duplicate rare we have here of the Squirrel Warlock. And we will, of course, scan her to add her to the value. Although she's only worth $1, we're happy to add her to the pile. Oh, I see something. I've seen something. Look at that. It is him. It's him. And of course, I'm kind of a gamer, so Magic is easy. So you just pull the really cool cards. You just get them. So this is Ral, Crackling Wit, and it's a legendary planeswalker, Ral, and Ral Zarek usually isn't an otter. He's usually a human. And so apparently if you go to Bloomburrow, then you turn into an animal. And Ral turned into an otter. Now, he's a planeswalker, which means for 2 mana, for two neutral, a blue and a red, you get a legendary planeswalker Ral, who starts with 4 loyalty. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter on Ral, Crackling Wit, which is awesome because otters are all about non-creature spells and instants and sorceries and all that nice stuff. You recently found out that there's a card store near you. Oh boy, do you ever feel bad for your wallet? Yeah, I also found out that there's a card store near me. I mean, I knew that there's a card store near me, but I found out about a new card store near me. So, then, Ral has a +1/+1. And he creates a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. And we know already that planeswalkers who can defend themselves by making tokens are very powerful. Having that on the +1, also making it a 1/1 with prowess is really, really strong. Then he has a -3. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. And then a -10. You draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with instant and sorcery spells you cast have Storm. So, this guy is a real powerhouse. Of course, a bomb in draft, and I can see this being played in standard a lot. Now, how much is he worth? It's $5. $5 more for the value. And we have another planes. And oh, that's new, right? We have a Bark Form Harvester here in foil. For 3 neutral mana, it's an artifact creature. It's a shapeshifter. It has Changeling, so it is every creature type. It's a 2/3 with reach, and for 2 neutral mana, you can put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. All right. What am I using to check my card's value? I'm using an app. It's called. I forgot what it's called. Let me check. It's called Mana Box. I also have Card Castle and MTG something installed, but Mana Box is the app that I prefer. And so far, you can see we have $53 of value, and I will update the value counter. All right, and we have an ad break in 5 minutes, so let's use that break, and I will finally get rid of all of these things. So yeah, excuse me. So yeah, let's have a short break because I'm talking a lot tonight, so I need something to drink, I need to clear my throat, and maybe get a snack. Usually you just use price charting, but that is for more than just cards. Okay? Let's talk about that after the ad break. Keep hydrated. Get a snack. Move your limbs. Move around a little. And I will see you in 3 minutes. See you on the other side. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a snack and a drink and went to the bathroom and all the stuff that's necessary so you feel good. And yeah, I tidied up a little, so I have more room to throw the packaging into that corner over there. We have another Raccoon Relia. Dazzling Denial, that's new. For 1 and a blue, it's an instant counter-target spell unless its controller pays 2 colorless. No, not colorless, 2 neutral. If you control a bird, counter that spell unless its controller pays 4 instead. Which is kinda nice, actually. I would say that's a good counter spell. Nettle Guard. Then we have Bonebind Orator. For 1 and a black, we have a 2/2 Squirrel Warlock Bard. For 3 and a black, exile Bonebind Orator from your graveyard. Return another target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So basically, it's a bear. But when it's in your graveyard, it can be... It can bring a creature to your hand. Well. Sunshower Druid. That one's new. For 1 green, it's a 0/2 Frog Druid. And when it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and gain 1 life. I don't know. I mean, it's an enter effect. So you can get that effect multiple times with all the blink and bounce that other frogs have. But I don't know. I don't like it. I don't think this is worth putting in your deck at all. What are the packs with Baldur's Gate characters called? That's probably Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. We have another Tempest Angler, another Barkform Harvester, This time non-foil. The Lily Splash Mentor. I think this is quite the good card. I like this. Stocking the pantry. Then we have Seedglaive Mentor. We already have that in foil from earlier. We have Rabbit Gnaw. Look at the teeths. That's terrifying. That's... my goodness. Okay. So, for 1 and a red, we have an instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creatures you don't control. So, some nice removal. And we have Balin, the Haymaker. Who is a rabbit warrior. For a green, a red, and a white. He is a 4/3. Or they are a 4/3. Tap 2 untapped tokens you control. And bear in mind that rabbits like to make tokens. So tap 2 untapped tokens you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap 3 untapped tokens you control. Draw a card. Or tap 4 untapped tokens you control. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on Balin. It gains trample until end of turn. So yeah, that's a pretty strong outlet for all your tokens. Not bad. Not bad at all. So let's do the scanny scan. No, it's $1. And we have a foil plains. A foil Daggerfang duo. And a fish token. Let me check something. I might have put some non-standard lands into this pile over here. That's usually just reserved for tokens. And here, look at that. There's a hidden grotto, a rock face. I wanted to use this just for tokens and basic lands. Alright. Are you looking for a specific Dungeons and Dragons character? And why is it Minsk and Boo? Also, yeah, we have a question of the day. You can please tune in and tell us what's your favorite Bloomburrow animal folk? Like there's 10 rabbits, for example. They make a lot of these little 1/1s. All right. We have Crumb and Get It. Get it? Because come and get it? Yeah. There's quite a few puns in this set. For 1 white, you get an instance. You may gift a food. And target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, that creature also gains indestructible until end of turn. We have another Dire Sight. That's new. We have a 3/3 Root Weaver. For 1 and a green, we have a 1/3 creature Mole Druid. So I think that's the first mole I ever saw in Magic the Gathering. And it's a mana dog. It adds 1 mana of any color. We have another Conduct Electricity, another Dazzling Denial, another Head of the Homestead, another Moonrise Cleric. And then we have the Tangle Tumbler, which for 3 neutral mana is an artifact vehicle, a 6/6, like for 3, a 6/6 for 3. It has vigilance, and for 3 neutral mana and tapping it, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and you have to tap 2 untapped tokens you control to make it an artifact creature until end of turn. So instead of having the crew mechanic, you have to have 2 tokens. So very interesting in rabbit decks or in decks that have a lot of offspring. But I'm pretty sure that... Oh no, it's probably also good in squirrel decks, because squirrels make a lot of food. I could see this being played in other decks, because the tap 2 untapped tokens could mean a lot of things. Those could be blood tokens. Those could be food. Those could be treasure. They could be any token. And a 6/6. 6/6 for 3. Rid with a relevant ability. Might see play. Then we have the Reptilian Recruiter, which for 3 and 2 red is a 4/2 Lizard Warrior with Trample. When it enters, choose target creature, if that creature's power is 2 or less. Or if you control another lizard. Gain control of that creature until end of turn, untap it, and it gains haste until end of turn. So this is basically an act of treason stapled to a 4/2 with Trample. Then we have... There's no Dark Urge card. So... Oh wait, you mean the Baldur's Gate 3 cards. That's probably... I would expect this to be a secret lair. If there's any at all. So we have Flamecash Gecko. For 1 in a red is a Lizard Warlock. It has 2 power, 2 toughness. When it enters, if an opponent lost this turn, you get black and red. And for a neutral and a red and discarding a card, you may draw a card. That's kinda nice. Also, this looks... Battle for Baldur's Gate. Okay. Is that a new set? I think it might be a new set. I haven't been following all the Magic sets. You want all the Baldur's Gate 3 character cards just because? Yeah, I guess that's also the reason why Assassin's Creed exists. Because people will just collect it because they know the characters. Then we have a Downwind Ambusher for 3 and a black. We have a 4/2 Skunk Assassin. Finally, a skunk. You saw Ezio, your beloved. Yeah, to be fair, why doesn't Ubisoft make their own card game? Why does it have to be integrated into Magic the Gathering? So yeah, we have this little guy, and it has flash. And when it enters, you can choose one. Target creature and opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn, or you destroy target creature and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Very... because all Ubisoft touches are they taint nowadays. Yeah, same with Hasbro. That's why I'm so surprised that Wizards of the Coast actually released a great set with Bloomburrow. A set that's not full of Fortnite-ification. Alright, we have Emberheart Challenger as a rare. For 1 and a red, we have a 2/2 Mouse Warrior. It has haste and prowess, and it has Valiant. Whenever Emberheart Challenger becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. So, nice incidental card draw, or it's also called... I forgot how it's called. Well, let's see if it's worth something. Not even $1, but oh well. I think it's actually it's a cool little card. Look at that artwork. What a mighty little battle mage. And we have a swamp. And a foil Druid of the Spade. So I mean, these big brand tie-ins with Magic the Gathering, they feel icky to me. It's like, yeah, it's like all huge corporations. They will do tie-ins all over the place. Like, I don't want to know how close we are until we have, I don't know, Nike and Pizza Hut in Magic the Gathering. Just because they are big brands. And you have to have big brands in everything that that's also a big brand. Like, you look at Lego, they only do licensing stuff nowadays. Everything else they do is not worth your money, and the licensing stuff also most of the time isn't worth your money. We have another Take Out the Trash. We have another Nighthall Hermit. Another Life Creed Duo. We had that in one of the first packs, and haven't seen it since then. Another Psychic Hall or Hurl. I don't know what that is, how that is pronounced. Another Sticky Tongue Sentinel. What kind of cards would Pizza Hut have? Types of pizza, probably, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can see it coming as a secret lair this year. I wouldn't put it past Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast doing a Pizza Hut secret lair, because they have already done, like, one of the most recent secret lairs. This card poisons the opponent with pineapple top. I mean, Pizza Hut, you could make Pizza Hut food tokens. You could make food tokens. Food tokens are a thing. Like this little guy, he forages. And foraging works with food tokens. So you could make a secret lair with Pizza Hut food tokens. And please, if I know I'm probably the smallest MTG channel right now, but if anyone from Wizards of the Coast sees this, don't get any ideas. Don't do it. Please, don't do it. Then we have Lily Pad Village. It generates either colorless mana, or it will generate blue, but you only may cast a creature spell with it. And for a blue and tapping it, you can surveil too. You can only activate it if you have a bird, frog, otter, or rat. Enter the battlefield under your control this turn. Please, no. Are there any worms? There are worms with a U, not an O, but a U. But not in this set. Then we have Into the Floodmaw. For 1 blue, we get an instant. We may gift a tapped fish. Return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. If the gift was promised, instead return target non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. Another Eddymerk Crab. We already saw that. Then we have the Manifold Mouse, which is for 1 and a red, a 1/2 mouse soldier with offspring. So you may pay 2 additional mana and you get a 1/1 copy of this card. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, target mouse you control gains your choice of double strike or trample until end of turn. And don't forget, first of all, with offspring, you can have this twice at the start of combat. And also, mice like to become the target of abilities. They have Valiant, so they can get an additional bonus. Like, in addition to getting double strike or trample, they can get another bonus. So that's kinda nice. Plays very much into the archetype. And I could see this played in other decks. That's the wrong card. For some reason, it detected Gauntlets of Light. I don't know why, but that's what it did. Now it found the Manifold Mouse for 33 cents. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? We have a showcase art. Amber Heart Challenger. We had that earlier. Like just a couple minutes ago, really. And so this is another different art. There has to be so many cards released that it's impossible to keep track of what all cards do. You are kinda right. But with Magic, there's a lot of compartmentalization going on. Like, you know what an archetypical red card does. You know what specific color combinations like to do. You know specific archetypical cards of each color, for example, that are sort of a baseline. And if you see a card that does something similar, you can kind of gauge, like, if it's, is it above rate? Does it does it do something in addition to that? And is this additional effect worth the extra cost? So I wouldn't say I know from every card. I know about every card, but if I see a card, then I can somewhat deduce if it's good. We have a foil Baker's Bane duo. I really like this card. I think this is a flavor win. Absolute flavor win. So, when they enter, you get a food token. And where did they get that food? Yeah, you can see it right there. They got it from the windowsill of a neighbor. These little rascals. How many cards do I own? Couple thousand. If I find my old cards again, probably a couple thousand more. So I would say, like, my commander deck is 100. I have 2 booster boxes from another set, so that's probably 1,000, maybe 1,500. And I would say, yeah, together with these booster boxes, that's another 1,000 roundabouts. So, and with my old cards that are at my mom's house, I would say those are maybe another 2,000 to 3,000 cards. So yeah, couple thousand. Probably not 5 digits, but 4 digits easily. And of course, I know every single one of them. No, I don't. I forgot probably 99% of them. All right. You own 1,000 Pokemon cards. Yeah, I can understand that. Pokemon is a pretty cool trading card game. So here we have the sword token. We saw, I think it was on the blacksmith's thingy, like on the class, where you can create a sword token. And this is that token. You own an Uno deck? No, you. the classic. The No You. Another Starlit Soothsayer, a Druid of the Spade, a Raccoon Rallier, a Dazzling Denial, a Nettle Guard, a Bonebind Orator, Ravine Raider, the 3-tree Mascot, Mind Whisker, Stocking the Pantry, Playful Shove, and another Coiling Rebirth. A foil planes. I like the foil planes. I think I said that earlier. I think the foiling on these looks really cool. Like, it's really pretty. And another Daring Wave Rider in foil. We have these foiled 2 times now. So let's scan the rare. And did we have any basics in here? I think I did. Oh yeah, of course. We have the planes. get that into our value. So I can tell you, like, in round about the last hour, we only made like $3. You have no clue how many magic cards you own. You were gifted 2 boxes of them by your fiance's cousin. Well, it's like 1,000. Okay. And he was, yeah, that's very common to do. Haha. It's, yeah, you get rid of all the chaff, like cards you won't play, like ever play, because they just are too they waste space. Then we have this, and it's the token for the iridescent vine lasher. Just landfall. Whenever land you control enters this creature, deals 1 damage to target opponent. Alright, moving on. The Bravekin duo, we saw that right at the beginning of the stream. Cute little rabbit mouse duo. Scales of Shale, Longstalk Brawl, Steampath Charger, Finch Formation. That's new, we didn't see that. That's a common we didn't see yet. So we have the Finch Formation for 2 and a blue. We get a 2/2 flyer with Offspring. You may pay 3 neutral mana and you get a 1/1 copy of it. And also, when this creature enters, target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Which is kinda nice. But very pricey. Like, extremely pricey. 3 mana 2/2 flyer with this effect. Maybe playable. But paying another 3 for a 1/1 with this effect? I don't know. Burbies. Yeah, they are really cute. Like, not a single card I would say is a flavor fail in this set. We have another Waxwayne Witness. Waxwayne Witness. Another Bellowing Crier. Another Cindering Cutthroat. Another Lupin Flower Village. Another Bandit's Talent. Another... Oh no, that's a new one. So that's Long River's Pull. 2 blue for an instant. You may gift a card. And counter target creature spell. If the gift was promised, instead counter target spell. So... if you give your opponent a card, this is a counterspell. Like, good old counterspell, but your opponent gets a card. And most of the time, that's worth it, right? And we have the Fecund Green Shell. I already saw a deck with this, and it wasn't that bad. So this is for 3 neutral and 2 green. You get a 4/6 elemental turtle. It has reach. As long as you control 10 or more lands, creatures you control get +2/+2. That's a huge pump. And whenever Fecund Green Shell or another creature you control with toughness greater than its power enters, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, put it into your hand. So, you can build a deck with big butts. So, anything that has more toughness than power basically explores. And we already knew from one of the Ixalan sets that Explore is kind of a nice mechanic. There were decks completely built around Explore. Right. It's not worth a lot, but I'm pretty sure that this card can make some stupid fun decks. Then we have another Plains and a foil rabbit gnaw. Oh no, oh thank goodness. Now if the if the teeth would have been shiny, then I would think this card is terrifying. But this, I think this is fine. The artwork is bad enough as is. If the teeth were shiny, I would lose my lose my marbles. Let me make sure that this pile doesn't fall over. Same as this one. All right, how many packs are there are left? I would say we are pretty much 2/3 done. So we still have a few packs to go. It goes quicker though. It's because we saw a lot of the cards already. We can go through this rather rapidly. All right, so that's the second Caesar Caps brew. Another Finch formation. Another Crumb and Get It. Another Glide Dive duo. Bat and Lizard. Another Heaped Harvest. Another Agate Assault. Nice little damage spell. Sadly, sorcery speed. Then we have the War Squeak. I just like the idea of this card. Like having a War Squeak. We have another Pond Prophet. Another Persistent Marsh Stalk. I think I have a playset now of these. The Rat Berserker that can get out of the graveyard. We have another Valley Rally. Another Curious Forager. Far too handsome. Look at this handsome squirrel. And we have an Osteomancer Adept. Well, that's a lot of text. So let's start reading, huh? So for 1 and a black, we have a 2/2 Squirrel Warlock with Death Touch. We can tap it, and until end of turn, you may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging, in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter on it. So yeah, that's nice. You can recur creatures from your graveyard by foraging. I would say like this card is above average. It's quite powerful, but there's so many cards that give you graveyard recurrence. I don't think that this set really revolves a lot around recurrence. So, and that's also reflected by the cost, like it's 65 cents. Then we have a Plains and a foil Conduct Electricity and a Bat token. Well, this one doesn't look that. So that's maybe one of the less cute cards I've seen in this set. Alright. And also, keep in mind, we will open a Modern Horizons 3 collector booster sample. Like it's one singular card in a booster pack. And I got it from the Modern Horizons 3 deck that I bought. We have a Sun Shower Druid. Take out the trash. Night Hall Hermit. Life Creed Duo. Psychic Hall or Hurl. Head of the Homestead. Seed Pod Squire. Huskbuster Swarm. Wait a second. I don't think I had that yet. So, for 7 neutral and a black, we have a 6/6 Elemental Insect. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card you own in exile and in your graveyard. And it has Menace and Death Touch. So yeah, this will probably kill a lot of creatures. So this will kill at least 2 creatures. It's pretty big, so it represents a real clock. Like, you can't take a lot of hits of this until you don't have any hit points left. And I would say if you can cast this for 5, you will be pretty happy. And I suppose you will probably be able to cast this for 4 a lot of the time. If you're able to load your graveyard really quickly, then this might be something that you can really rush out rather quickly. We have Shortbow. For 2 neutral mana, we have an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance and reach. And you can equip it for 1. I think this is a reprint. Then we have Splash Slasher. For 3 and a blue, we have a 3/3 Frog Wizard with Offspring for 1 and a blue. And when this creature enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. That's kinda nice. Pretty sure that you can stall games with this pretty nicely. And on top of that, frogs like being bounced and blinked, so you can rebuy this. But if you look at how Offspring is phrased, you won't be able to get another Offspring of it if you blink or bounce it. Because you may pay an additional as you cast the spell. Blinking or bouncing doesn't cast it, so you're not allowed to do Offspring from blinking and bouncing. Probably important to notice on this specific card. Then we have a Bone Cache Overseer, which for 1 black is a 1/1 Squirrel Warlock. You can tap it and pay 1 life. You draw a card and activate it only if 3 or more cards left your graveyard this turn, or if you've sacrificed a food this turn. So basically, if you foraged, but also if you didn't quite forage. Like, it could say if you forage this turn, you may activate this, but it's more general. So you could play this in other decks that aren't specifically forage decks. And we have another Zora line. And an island, a foil Polywallop, and an art card of Valet Questcaller, art by Steve Prescott. we will scan the rare just to have it on our list. It's only 37 cents. So what do you think about the music? Did I make the right choice of music? I feel like Novka has probably already fallen asleep. So maybe it was the music, maybe it was my ramblings. There's no way to know. So another sticky tongue. There's music. Wait a second. Yeah, there's music. Or did I put it on the wrong track? I'm pretty sure I didn't. I think it's on the one track. You don't hear any. Another Finch formation. Crumb and Get It. Glide Dive Duo. I feel like I had this exact pack already, but yeah, maybe just deja vu. Another High Stride. Another Into the Floodmaw. Another Feather of Flight. Another Reptilian Recruiter. Oh, Blooming Blast. We didn't have that yet. For 1 and a red, we have an instant. Blooming Blast deals 2 damage to target creature if the gift was promised. Oh yeah, you may gift a treasure. Deals 2 damage to target creature if the gift was promised. It also deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. Kinda nice. We have another Scavenger's Talent. A mountain. And oh, we didn't have the Sinister Monolith yet. You had to do your job for a bit. How dare they make you do your job? Welcome back. So, we didn't have the Sinister Monolith yet. Oh, can you please tell me, do you hear any music? Oh, it's that silent. Well, it's at minus 35. It should be audible still. So for 3 in a black, we have an artifact. At the beginning of combat on your turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. You may tap it and pay 2 life. You hear the music very well. Okay, thank you. Thank goodness. It's probably just because Aluna is used to very loud music. I'm just kidding. You may pay 2 life, sacrifice it, and draw 2 cards. You can only activate that as a sorcery. And oh, that's... Alright. Might be an output issue. Some headphones also suppress non-vocals. Or that could be, but I don't think so. So we have another art card, and I like this one. That's some pretty artwork. I also like that that this set has more whimsical art, like more colorful art. Yeah, really enjoy that. Dawn's Truth by Mariah Ticalvi. And did we scan our rare? No, we didn't. We forgot that. Yeah, it's like a painting, exactly. I mean, many magic cards are paintings. There's some digital cards, like digital paintings, but a lot of them are just very classic paintings with oil or acrylic. All of them. Someone has painted them. A lot of them are paintings. Like physical paintings. There's of course digital paintings. But I mean they are physical paintings with real paints on real paper. You're getting ads over the entire chat window. Oh no, so a lot of people I saw on Reddit were complaining about the new Twitch app. You would assume all our digital paintings since they are made for card prints. No, they aren't. There's a lot of them which are actual paintings, not digital. And of course, they get digitized in order to put them on the cards. It just installed a new Twitch app UI, and you're not a fan. I've heard people describe it as, why does my Twitch all of a sudden look like TikTok? I don't even know how the TikTok app looks on the phone, but yeah, I don't even use it, and I'm not a fan. So here's the baby of the Splash Lasher. So this is the offspring card for this creature. So when this creature enters, tap up to one target creature and put a stun counter on it. Very, very adorbs. So, Novka really liked this one. Early Winter, 4 and a black. You can either exile target creature or have your opponent exile an enchantment they control. Trigger Duo, Alanias, Pathmaker, Lightshell Duo. Everything is getting TikTokified these days. Yeah, I mean, it's the success, right? Everyone wants to be successful. Especially Instagram and Twitch. Oh, so I really love this card. I just look at that artwork. Look at how adorable that is. The Dewdrop Cure. And for example, YouTube with its shorts is also totally going after the low attention span crowd. So yeah, just adorable. I love the artwork on this. You can't blame the companies for doing what brings them more money. Oh, of course I can. Of course I can blame them. Exactly, Aluna. You can blame them, and you should blame them. But the thing you should do, most of all, is don't give them money. Or choose what you give them money for. So, I gave Wizards of the Coast money for Bloomburrow. Specifically for Bloomburrow, because I want them to know that's something I would buy. And I haven't given them money for, like, the last... Oh boy. 7 or 8 years. Or maybe it's 6 years. Somewhere between 6 and 8 years. I haven't give them like not one penny, and this is how they convinced me with a great set that has nice flavor, that seems balanced, has interesting mechanics in it, and not for Assassin's Creed, not for Monty Python, not for Pizza Hut. So yeah, very cute card. And I think this one we haven't seen yet. You're not very picky with what you support. You don't buy anything from Ubisoft or Blizzard anymore. Used to love both. Yeah, I can see that. And with Blizzard, it's really sad. I mean, Blizzard made some of my favorite. Blizzard made some of my favorites. I would say StarCraft, especially Brood War, and Diablo 1 and 2 were among my favorite games ever. And now they don't make them like they used to. Blizzard is such a bad company now in all regards. They're not the worst on the market. They just have fallen a long way. Like they were so much better, and that's why it feels much worse. With them having fallen. So we have a Coruscation Mage, or Coruscation? I don't know words, I'm just a puppy. So for 1 and a red, we have a 2/2 Otter Wizard with Offspring. For 2 additional neutral mana, you may pay. You get a 1/1 copy, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. I can see this being played in Commander. Not exactly in Otter decks, but in spell decks. Rinsin $90 skins, and people actually buy it. Yeah, that's the problem, and that's also probably why it will get worse and worse. It will not get better ever, because people complain, but people still buy. We have Overprotect. 1 and a green for an instant. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 and gains Trample, Hexproof, and Indestructible until end of turn. Well, that's really overprotected. But the Trample is at least somewhat somewhat aggressive. And then we have the Valley Mightcaller, which for 1 green is a 1/1 with Trample. Whenever another frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Valley Mightcaller. People wonder why you are buying old games instead of the newest releases. I just buy indies. But yeah, some older games have aged quite well. You like the frog cards. I like the frog cards because of the bounce theme. I just like bouncing cards. It's most of the time a value engine. Like being able to buy an enter the battlefield effect again, just incidentally because another frog bounced it. I think that's kind of fun. We have a land. Then we have Star Charter in foil. People who complain and still buy are the best. Yeah, it's. I mean, yeah, Economy 101 would probably do them quite good. Like, just understanding that corporations will continue doing the stuff you hate until you as long as they get your money, because that's what you are for most large corporations. You're nothing but a credit card with a human attached to it. And the only thing about your humanity that's interesting for the corporations is your psychology and how to manipulate it. All right, but that's enough. So we are look at this cozy wholesome set. Look at all that food. You say people have no voices there, only their purses. That's a very important thing you say there, because it's also the other way around. Your purse is your voice for them. If you choose to put your money somewhere else, that's what they listen to. You can't. I'm thumbing up for you, Green Puggy. Thank you for agreeing. So yeah, Puggy just agreed that he's going to give 20 subs to the community. I'm having a sip, so Puggy can get back from the ads. Let's have Puggy get out of ad prison. Because we don't want him to miss out on the chat. The bot should notify us as soon as Puggy's back. Meanwhile, we can tidy up a little. So far, I don't think I have any duplicate art cards. Pretty sure all of them were new. Like, yeah. Nice. Welcome back from the ads, Puggy. We were just talking about how grateful the ad break has not ended. Like, wait a minute. Oh, did you get extra ads? What did you do to deserve that? But I can imagine that now it ended. Welcome back from the ads. We were just talking about how grateful we are and how generous it is that you are gifting 10 subs to the community. I heard you agreed to that. We were talking about that, and you said you would agree. I'm just kidding, of course. You don't have to do anything of that sort. I'm not doing this for the money. I'm just messing with you. But yeah. So Aluna said One day, maybe you don't have to do anything of the likes. Maybe when I'm retiring and I'm doing this instead of Etsy, then I will be very grateful. Before that, I don't really care. Of course, I'm happy about every sub, but nobody has to sub here. I would deactivate the ads if I would still get all the toys from Jeff, like channel points. You do Etsy? No, I don't do Etsy. I do Twitch. So, yeah, Aluna said that basically there's people don't have voices for huge corporations. You heard Etsy? Are you crazy? So basically, instead of a voice, you have a purse. And in order to make the corporations realize what you want, you have to... They always say, vote with your wallet. Like, where you put your money is what the corporations will do. So yeah. But let's not let this get too dark. Because actually I'm celebrating that Wizards of the Coast, after doing a lot of scummy stuff, finally released something that I like. Something that's Magic the Gathering. So we have seen all of these. I think that's the 6th hidden grotto we saw. Another mascot, sinister monolith. I'm not sure. Did we see the Builder's Talent yet? Oh yeah, that's the one with the wall. Yeah, I'm not very excited for that. Then we have the Brightblade Stoat. Cool little guy. Weasel Soldier. And then we have Whisker Whale Forerunner. For 3 and a white, we get a 3/4 Mouse Bard with Valiant. Whenever Whisker Whale Forerunner becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them. You may put it onto the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't put it onto the battlefield, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So, very, very nice card. Can really put out a lot of creatures. Yeah, it's a mouse bard. You could say it's a rebel. Did he go to mouse bard school? Probably, yes. So, it's very reminiscent of rebel cards, but rebel cards were actually tutors. So you could search your deck for other rebel cards. But this, it will, how many? Look at the top 5 cards of your library. And then you can just put something onto the battlefield or put it into your hand. So, very, very strong card. Let's see if the strength is reflected in its value. 61 cents. I would say that's a no. Then we have another Plains. Another foil roughshod duo. I really think the foiling on this is not very visible. And we have the Flowerfoot Swordmaster as a token. Like, this is the baby of the Flowerfoot Swordmaster. If you have the card, then, like, if you have the big card, you can pay extra and get this little token. That is the baby. The first gen cards look so much different. Yeah, they definitely look very different. Also, the artwork on a lot of them is like there's some crusty artwork on those first gen cards. All right, we are 6 more packs. It's the last 6 packs. And I will have to charge my phone real quick. Imagine playing and your buddy casually pulls out a first gen card. I mean, it could happen. I think all alpha cards are somewhat pricey nowadays. But they're still, I would say, alpha and beta cards are. There's a lot that aren't like hugely expensive. Like they're a bit expensive. Like I would argue there's $1 cards among alpha and beta. They're not all Black Lotus or Power 9. Alright, moving on. Daggerfang Duo, Rat and Squirrel, the 3-tree Rootweaver, nice little mana dog, Whisker-Quill Scribe, Dire Downdraft. Have I delved into Disney's Lorcana at all? No. We already saw all of these. Rockface Village. Another Builder's Talent. Well, great. Parting Gust. We have the Valley Floodcaller. For 2 and a blue, we have an Otter Wizard with Flash. It's a 2/2. You may cast non-creature spells as though they had Flash. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. And you untap them. You can also say that birds, frog... Oh no, it's non-creature. It's non-creature spells. It's not only instants and sorceries. Because I was about to say you just give them all prowess. But this is better than prowess. Another foil plains. Probably my favorite foil card. Or one of my favorite foil cards. Oh boy! That's a foil Valley Quest Caller. Very nice. And... well, that's a trippy card. How... which way do you even... I think that's a rabbit biting something? That's very trippy. It's Psychic Hurl. Art by Eli Minaya. So this is basically just you can collect artworks from specific cards. And we have quite a few of them. It's just art. They are no play pieces. And yeah, we have to scan 2 cards later on. Bop. That would be cool to have on the... I'm looking for prints of... And I mean, the playmat that I have here is gorgeous. I absolutely love that playmat. I searched far and wide for a playmat that's somewhat presentable. And then I found this one. And I think it's just gorgeous. You have some small spaces on your wall to fill. Maybe you can fill it. You could probably just put magic cards on your wall. Yeah, why don't you do that? Put them, like, try to find a really small picture frame, and then you put a magic card there. And of course, there's things like altars. Like, you can buy a magic card for cheap, just because you like the artwork, and you can maybe have a friend extend that artwork. Like, paint on that card. There's collectors who will get the artist's proof. So an artist's proof is basically when you are an illustrator for Magic the Gathering. Wizards of the Coast will send you the card that you illustrated with a blank back. Like, instead of the card back, it will be white, completely white, and that's called an artist proof. That's basically you as the artist get the card that you illustrated. And what a lot of artists will do, and what a lot of collectors do, is the artists will put artwork on that white back. Like, they will paint something on there, or just do a scribble on there. There have been artists have been seen, like, putting all their artists' proofs like in a grid like this, like I'm doing right here. Like, they put them in a grid and then make a whole new artwork on that in that grid. So that's a way to lose a lot of money, I guess. Let's get them back in the right order. And we have a squirrel token here. We have a frilled spark shooter, saw that already. A thought shucker, we have that in foil. I think that was the first foil we had. Banishing light. It's an entertaining idea, yeah. The Bonebind Orator. The Baker's Bane Duo. I love that card. It's such a cute card. Like, the power level is just not there, but the power level of this of this squirrel raccoon duo stealing pies from the windowsill, that's just I absolutely adore it. Same with War Squeak. Then we have the Patchwork Banner, the Long River Lurker, cool Amphibian Frog Scout. Oh, Tidecaller Mentor. That's the first time we see that card. For 1, a blue and a black, it's a 3/3 rat wizard with menace. It has threshold. When Tidecaller Mentor enters, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. You have one wall that you bombed with posters and art cards. Everything between Lord of the Rings to K-pop. Okay. Then we have Jolly Gerbills. For 1 and a white, we have a 2/3 hamster citizen. Whenever you give a gift, draw a card. Well, that's awesome. That's a really great payoff for gifting cards. Or gifting, for gifting. But it still has some small spaces between posts and a few big spaces on the top and on the sides. Yep. Knock yourself out. Get some magic cards. Put them on the wall. And we have Fountain Pot again. Already had that, so it's an outlet for a lot of different things. You can sacrifice a token to draw a card. You can pay 1 life to create a creature token. Or you can create a treasure token just by paying 4 mana. Is land. It's called that because it's land. And then we have a foil Rabbit Responds. Wait a minute. The island. Onto the pile. Yeah, I'm also looking. So, do you see in the back? There's not a lot on the walls, so I'm still looking for something nice to put there. That's not too distracting. Because I already have the distracting red light, which draws a lot of attention. I figure. Oh! That's the emblem for Ral. That will give all instants and sorceries Storm. Especially on instants, Storm is quite powerful. Okay, we have Treetop Sentries again. The Raccoon Relia. The Water Spout Warden. The Pileated Provisioner. The Nocturnal Hunger. I will never not make the joke about about this card being relatable. Haven't we all stood in front of the fridge in the middle of the night with our nocturnal hunger? We have a Cash Grab, Fountain Pot Bell, Uncharted Haven. Oh, do you feel seen? You're snacking at the moment. A Luna with the Nocturnal Hunger. You don't think it's distracting? It helps the mood for the stream. Oh, great! Thank you, thank you. Then I've done right. And yes, chocolate in the middle of the night. I think, did we have Hoarder's Overflow? Happens to the best of us. And Midnight Snack, most important meal of the day. No. So we have Hoarder's Overflow. For 1 and a red, we have an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, and whenever you expend 4, put a stash counter on it. Oh no, we already had that. I remember that. Yeah. Like you put the stash counters on it, and then you can sacrifice it, and you get cards for the raccoons. Raccoons are green and red. So Gruul. If you know Ravnica, then their Gruul colors, red and green, and their theme is this this expend keyword that you see here. So when the first time you pay as soon as you pay 4 mana as you have spent 4 mana during a turn, and that goes for both turns, both your turn and your opponent's turn, you will get the expend effect. So they like spending mana. And they also make mana. Like, they have mana dogs. And we have Oak Hollow Village, which can put +1/+1 counters on each frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel. Oh, look at that! We have another legendary. And this one is a raccoon. It's Muera, Trash Tactician. For 1 neutral, a red and a green, you get a 2/4 legendary creature, Raccoon Warrior. At the beginning of your first main phase, add red or green for each raccoon you control. Whenever you expend 4, you gain 3 life. Whenever you expend 8, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. So yeah, that's a nice... First of all, makes mana. Second of all, is an outlet for having a lot of mana. Then we have a swamp and a foil Alania's Pathmaker. Yeah, so again, the question is still persists. What's your... So we have the question of the day somewhere. I don't know. For me, it's up there, somewhere there. For you, it might be all the way over there. I don't know. I'm trapped in this little window down here. You have to look for yourself. But that's the question of the day. What's your favorite Bloomburrow animal folk? We're just talking about the 10 animal folk, not the not animals in general. But of course, my favorite animal is the puppy. Who'da thunk? And it's different. We'll go over the mechanics in a second, because we're almost done. There's 3 packs to go through. Don't think you need to state yours either. There's no cats. There's no cats or dogs in Bloomburrow. I mean, there is a cat. At least a cat, one singular cat. But on the other hand, a lot of sets have at least a couple cats, and some sets have 1 or 2 dogs. No. We're talking about animal folk. We'll go over the animal folk that exist after we're done with those packs, right? So let's go through this real quick. We saw all of these already. Like the commons, we have those in droves. We have the Sinister Monolith seen already. We have the Rockface Village again. The Flowerfoot Swordmaster, that's new. We haven't seen that yet. For 1 white, we get a 1/2 Mouse Soldier with Offspring. It has Valiant. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, mice you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Then we have the Splash Lasher. We saw that already. And we also saw the cute little token that it makes. Many years ago, someone gifted you a Rettungskatze. You think it was a magic card. You should still have it somewhere. That sounds cute. Oh, we have Kidnap again. Which wasn't very valuable. Oh, you baited me. I got baited. We have German fact number 24. In 1916, Germany first established daylight savings time, and the concept spread all over Europe and the rest of the world. And, well, I wouldn't say it's the worst thing we ever did. But I would argue it's up there. We have a foil wildfire howl. It's the Bernie boy. Yeah, Germany thought of that first. For some reason you thought it was England. And a food token. So yeah, you could definitely make a secret lair with Pizza Hut food tokens. Wizards of the Coast, please don't. Absolutely don't. Unless you give me money for my idea. Alright, another pack. Also, pack opening ASMR. How's that? Do you like that? Does that sound arouse you? Another thought shocker. Banishing Light, Bonebind Orator, Baker's Bane Duo. It's those two rascals again. Steampath Charger, Sky Skipper Duo, Rabbit Responds, Cindering Cutthroat, Star Charter. Well, she. I suppose that's a she. Not gonna lie, that's a pretty bat. That's a very handsome bat. Then we have Gossip's Talent, Starseer Mentor, another bat, and another Clement the Worrywart, the Frog Druid, that makes all other frogs mana dogs, and that bounces other creatures. Island, foil shore up, and another art card. Well, he looks he looks kinda unhappy. Let's say he's a stoic. So, Island goes here, Rare goes there. Alright guys, that's it. Last pack. Although not last pack, because I still have that collector's booster for Modern Horizons 3. And we can look through my binder for a little bit. Let's be smart Okay, let's be complete idiots and throw the stuff on the floor, but we should probably just put all of these into the box so they are contained. Stupid thing is they won't be contained. They also artwork on the box. You have seen all sides. Be happy. All right. Grab that one pack that fell on the floor. Oh, no! Goodness gracious, what an idiot. What a goofball. This puppy. Alright. So, we have this one pack. And I would say we go over all the pulls that we had. And then we'll chat a little. So, what's in the pack? I wouldn't mind pulling another 3-tree city. I would very much not mind that. So we have the Brave Kin Duo, which is also really, really adorable. Rabbit and mouse together. Another Starlit Soothsayer. Sticky Tongue Sentinel. Kindle Spark Duo. Lizard and Otter. We have a Runaway Together. Look at them. Otter and Froggo running away together. A Pond Prophet. Wildfire Howl. Shortbow. Brazen Collector. Oh, that's new. Brazen Collector. We didn't have that yet. So we have, for 1 and a red, we have a 2/1 Raccoon Rogue with first strike, and whenever Brazen Collector attacks, add 1 red mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. And another one we didn't see yet. It's the Bark Knuckle Boxer. For 1 and a green, we have a 3/2 Raccoon Berserker. And whenever you expend 4, Bark Knuckle Boxer gains indestructible until end of turn. Then we have Jackdaw Savior. For 2 and a white, we have a 3/1 Bird Cleric. It has flying, and whenever Jackdaw Savior or another creature you control with flying dies, return another target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's quite a lot of value you can get here. Oh boy! So this is a so-called special guest card. It's a reprint, so I think Ledger Shredder. Sorry to ask again. The Magic app is called Mana Box. So this is a reprint. Ledger Shredder, if I remember correctly, was in... it was the Hogwarts. It was the Magic School set. Strixhaven. The set was called Strixhaven. And so the Ledger Shredder is a reprint from that set. It was very, very popular in Standard, and I think it's also very popular in Modern. which is why this card is actually worth something. First of all, because it's the Bloomburrow treatment of the card. So we have for 1 and a blue, a 1/3 bird advisor with flying, and whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, Ledger Shredder connives. So conniving it's explained. So you draw a card, then discard a card. So it's rummaging. No, it's looting. Sorry, it's looting. Rummaging is the other way around. But so this is looting. Drawing a card, then discarding a card is called looting. And if you discarded a non-land card, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Very, very powerful. Especially since this is a repeatable effect. And you can not only do this on your turn, you can also do it on the opponent's turn. And do you see that color? Yeah, it's a blue card, and blue loves playing cards on their opponent's turn. So this is quite the powerful card. And I would say this card, it might be worth a little bit. So I'm very happy we found that. Another swamp. And now we also have a foil rare. Hearthborn Battler. We already have that card, but not in foil. In foil, this is new. So for 2 and a red, we have a 2/3 Lizard Warlock with haste. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, Hearthborn Battler deals 2 damage to target opponent. Which is of course nice because lizards really like to do damage to their opponents. It will enable some of their special abilities. And then we have this little guy. Look at him. Trumpeting his lungs out. So this is Raccoon Relia by Borja Pindado. Putting that with the other art cards. Alright, that was the last pack of the Bloomburrow booster box. I can tell you right now that we are far from making our money back, but I don't care. I had a blast opening this box. And now my phone has charged, and we will scan the rares that we pulled. So, where's the foil? Well, it doesn't make a huge difference. Like, this is a couple cents. Now, I am very excited to see the Ledger Shredder. How much that is worth. That's $17. $0.24 on the Jackdaw Savior. Nope. that's not a Fraley's charm. Get rid of that. Alright, got Clement the Worry Word. 27 cents. Pretty sure the kidnap was also less than $1. Yeah, I think this is the cheapest card, the cheapest rare that we pulled. It's 7 cents. Mwera is 17. Got another. Come on, you can do it. Another fountain pot. Now, the foil Valet Quest Caller. 45 cents. As a foil, it's $1, so it doesn't make a huge impact if it detected a foil or a regular card. And the last skin is Valley Flood Caller for 77 cents. All right. So this is the haul. Like, that's all the rares that we got. And so there was a way to let's add to collection, create Bloomburrow box, create. All right, so collection, and we might be able to so that's how do we is this sorting? No, I want to sort this. Sort by edit date, sort by price. So yeah, that's the. So if you can see this, that's you can see the camera. Look at that. So these are basically the cards with the highest value. So this one's $19. This one's 17. Then this showcase art, this full art Season of Gathering is $6. Then we have Ral with $5. And so on. Cards, you know. Alright, so let's talk about your favorite Bloomburrow animal kin. Let me grab something real quick. So we have this handy dandy cheat sheet. And so basically this explains all the different animal folk. So there's bird folk, which are white and blue, and their theme is Flyers boost non-flyers. Birds bring bonuses. Cast flyers who airdrop buffs on your non-flying creatures. Make sure to have a healthy balance of flyers and non-flyers so you always have a target. Then we have blue and black, which are rat folk. They have Graveyard Threshold. Slow down your opponent with strong blockers and creature removal. Fill up your graveyard to unlock your rat's threshold abilities, then use them to close out the game. Lizard folk with bloodthirsty aggro. They are black and red. Be aggressive and damage your opponent each turn to make the most of your lizard's abilities. Spells that enhance your attacks or deal direct damage are key to making sure your assault never slows down. Other bird folk, all types of birds or just one species? Yeah, there are different birds. Like we saw robins and sparrows, and yeah, there's different types of birds. But important, there is an owl in this game, in this set, and it's one of those elemental beasts. Like, I can show you. I can show you the card. Is it on here? No, it's not. So then, yeah, lizard folk is bloodthirsty aggro. Then we have the raccoon folk, which are red and green, and they are big creature ramp. Ramp up your mana early to cast big raccoons that dominate the battlefield. Like, they are also physically the largest of the animal folk, the raccoons. Include a few extra cards with high mana values to help trigger the expend ability, but not so many that you fall behind early in the game. Then we have the rabbit folk with green and white. They are a token swarm. Assemble as many rabbits and rabbit tokens as you can. Look for spells and effects that reward you for having lots of creatures in play, or pump your whole team in combat. Then black and white is bat folk. Life gain and loss. Deploy an army of flying bats and reap rewards for gaining or losing life during your turn. Mix in some good blockers and defensive spells so to slow your opponent down while you attack in the air. Then we have otter folk for blue and red. Instants and sorceries. Otters love when you cast instant and sorcery spells and will reward you for doing so. Aim for fewer creatures and varied spells, especially ones that help you control the battlefield. Then next up is squirrel folk with black and green. Food mid-range. Dominate the mid-game with big creatures and creature removal spells. Look for ways to fill your graveyard and create food to take advantage of the squirrel's forage mechanic. Then we have mouse folk with red and white. They are valiant aggro. Mice always prefer to be on the attack, so include plenty of aggressive low mana value creatures. Support them with equipment and combat enhancing spells and abilities to trigger their valiant. Then we have frog folk, blink and bounce, with green and blue. Make use of creatures with abilities that trigger when they enter the battlefield. Many frogs have ways of blinking creatures or returning them to your hand. With all that extra value, you'll be strong in the late game. So that's the 10 different animal folk. But let me show you the owl. So now hopefully this is somewhat good quality. So, oh no, next ad break already. Well, let me show you the owl real quick. Sources, image. Yeah, there it is. So that's the owl. And yeah, it's an elemental bird. But yeah, it's Maha. It's Feathers Knight. For 3 neutral and 2 black, you get a 6/5 elemental bird with flying and trample. It has ward, discard a card, so if your opponent wants to target this with their spells, they have to discard a card. And creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. So that's pretty strong. That thing is what they call a bomb. It will totally demolish your opponent. And you have to deal with it. At the same time, dealing with it will cost you a card. Most of the time. So yeah. Very powerful burb. Right. So I will leave you with this, and you can think about what your favorite animal folk is while we have a short break. Please, maybe stand up if you can. Maybe get a snack. Maybe get a drink. I will probably go to the bathroom, and maybe I can even let me see if I can, if I manage to do that. No, I mean if you like the functionality so much, then choose on functionality. If you just like the flavor of them, then choose based on flavor. You have to choose your favorites. I can't tell you how to choose favorites. So I will try something. So configure. We'll keep on 50. Look at that. This puppy is a genius. Can I get this into focus? That's not focused, right? That's the opposite of focus. Well, it's you still can't read it. I'm sorry. Well, never mind. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and I'll see you on the other side. And I realize, oh yeah, I can just let the ads start, right? Okay, that's in 4 more minutes. I would be fine to just chat with you until it's time. Or maybe we can even do the thing. You both like birds. Interesting. For me, it's difficult. I think it's very difficult for me. So we have this. That's... Can you read that? It's a collector booster sample pack. I think this contains exactly 1 card. Oh no. It contains 3 cards. And it's 3 Modern Horizon 3 collector cards. So hopefully there's something really nice in here. Also, let me update. Let me give you the final number on the value that we collected tonight. It is $79.02. Which, that's not a lot. Let me tell you that you will never find a booster box for that price. That's very far off the regular price of a booster box. And me personally, because I bought my box at the local game store, I paid extra. So that's that, huh? Well, I'm willing to pay a little more. And I see probably the ads have started, so I will have a short break. Just get something to drink, stretch your muscles, stand up, stretch your back and your legs, get a snack for your nocturnal hunger, and we will see each other in a couple minutes. Hey, Puppy Pack. I'm back. So yeah, I thought about what my favorite animal folk is, and I have to say it's probably rats. I like Graveyard. Blue and black is one of my favorite color pairs. I also really liked Dimir in almost all the Ravnica sets, really. Surveil is one of my favorite mechanics. And I really like rats. I mean, as an animal, I really like rats. So yeah, I guess it's rats. So going back to the earlier settings. All right. So we are gonna crack this bad boy open and see what's inside. I'm very excited for that because this actually might have some value in it. But of course, they might screw you over and just put crap in here. Oh yeah, let me please open this without damaging the cards, because that's gonna be a little bit difficult, huh? But let's try it like this. Oh, there we go. Now we are getting in this. All right, what do we have here? Voted most likely to bring back banding. No. Never. No banding ever. Alright. So, let's get that out of the way. And we have Breya, Ethereum Shaper. For white, blue, black, and red. We have a 4/4 legendary artifact creature, human. When Brer Ethereum Shaper enters the battlefield, create 2/1/1 blue Thopter artifact creature tokens with flying. For 2 neutral mana, sacrifice 2 artifacts, choose 1. Brer deals 3 damage to target player or planeswalker. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn, or you gain 5 life. Okay. And apparently we have a full art version here. So let's have a look at what Mana Box tells us. Sadly, it's only 83 cents. But I would say that's quite the cool artwork. Very striking with the teal, light blue, and the pink. Actually quite pretty. Then, next up. Wait a minute. Apparently, one of the 3 cards is already this bad joke. So yeah. Oh, the cat you mentioned earlier is a Yu-Gi-Oh card, not Magic. Oh yeah. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh is very much its own beast. And then we have this. It's a foil munitions expert, and it's foil, but it's also the old card border. Like, it's the old school golden card border, I think from Legends. And for a black and a red, it's a 1/1 with flash. And when munitions expert enters the battlefield, you may have it deal damage to target creature or planeswalker equal to the number of goblins you control. So that's a nice card. And how much is it worth? Probably not a lot. Horizons 2 modern. Wait a second. Oh yeah, that's the time shift. Oh my god! Oh no, it's 5 cents. Alright, so let's put that into a sleeve. Let's put a sleeve on it. Right. And with that, we're through. There's no more packs. I mean, there's a whole box over there, but I'm not opening that. I want to draft that. Now, what we still could do is have a look at the Modern Horizons 3 Eldrazi deck that I bought, or have a look at my binder. What time is it? How long have I been streaming? 6 hours? Goodness gracious. Time flies. It really does. Alright, tidying up a bit and also doing hand things. So how do you like this hand thing? Do you like watching me gesture? I don't think that you actually really like that. At least I don't like watching myself gesture. So we have this guy. That's my commander deck. For anyone who doesn't know, Commander is a player-driven format, which basically, wow, that's almost a card trick that I did here. So yeah, it's a player-driven format, and it basically revolves around the concept you have one legendary creature that's your commander, and you're only allowed to have the colors of your commander in your deck. That's why this is kind of cheating, because it's colorless and colored hybrid mana of all 5. And also, every card in your deck, except basic lands, is a singleton, which means that you're not allowed to have any duplicates in your deck. And instead of 60 cards, it's 100 cards, or 99 cards plus your commander. Also, your commander starts in a specific zone that's called your command zone. So it's basically somehow always in your hand, and whenever it gets exiled or put into your graveyard, you may choose to put it into your command zone instead. So basically, you have your commander playable most of the time, but every time you cast it, a tax gets applied. So, 2 neutral mana. Every time you cast it, the next time you have to pay 2 neutral mana extra. And this specific commander over here, that's Ulalek, Fused Atrocity. For 5 hybrid mana of either colorless or Wooburg, so white, blue, black, red, and green, you get a 2/5 legendary creature Eldrazi, which is devoid, which means this card has no color. And whenever you cast an Eldrazi spell, you may pay 2 colorless mana. If you do, copy all spells you control, then copy all other activated and triggered abilities you control. You may choose new targets for the copies. Yeah, that's insane. Also, I think... Oh no, it says all other activated and triggered abilities, so it doesn't copy itself. That would be an infinite loop. But yeah, that's the commander of this deck. Completely insane creature. Why would you print something like that? I mean, it's only legal in Commander, as far as I know. And yeah, you get a lot of other totally overpowered stuff in this deck. Very, very fun. And fair. Like, it's such a fair deck. I mean, it's probably still quite far away from a competitive Commander deck. Alright. So what do we do? I think it's time to find someone to raid, right? Should we raid someone? Let's see whomst we gonna raid. Time to sleep, yeah, I guess. So, do we have someone in the Magic the Gathering category? I see a lot of MTG Arena, not a lot of paper. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of box opening going on. So I guess we will just visit someone we know. And I think that's Julie. You're out already. Then have a good night. Or I wish you from the bottom of my heart a night. So yeah, we will just go over to Julie and say hi. So first of all, thank you for sticking with me for so long. It has been almost 6.5 hours, which is quite long for a puppy stream. Also, let's go over to this screen because that's much better. I can see what I'm doing. Also, I can gesture without you seeing it. All right. So first of all, yeah, thank you for joining, for hanging out, for chatting, for sharing the laughs, for sharing the discussions, and looking at all the cute animals. They were really something. I'm totally blown away by this set, and very happy that Wizards of the Coast decided to make it. Right. But with that, I'm also really, really tired. So I'm actually looking forward to going to bed. So I wish you all, from the bottom of my heart, a night. And again, thanks for all the support. And say hi to Julie from me. And yeah, let's continue the cozy and wholesome vibes. And be really, really lovely to her. Thanks everyone. Good night.